Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And Jacques Nienaber has just named his first side for the opening test against Wales to start the opening, start this international season rather, for the Springboks for 2022. And there are quite a number of changes, and a very big change is that Willie le Roux has in fact been dropped from the side, and Damian Willemse has been given the nod at 15. Also, two debuts set to come off the bench, so it's a very exciting team. Before we look at the team itself, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We will be live for the game. We're doing a lot of build-up. We're going to have press conferences up the entire week. We're going to be having player interviews, so there's a lot of content to come. But in terms of the team, this is how the Boks will line up on Saturday at Loftus Fairfield. In the front row, it will be Ox in Chair, Bongi Manambi, and Frans Malherbe. Frans Malherbe very much back into the side after quite a lot of injuries last year, so that will be a starting front row. Eben Etzebeth and Loet de Jager will pack down the second row. Eben Etzebeth will be earning his 98th cap. So if he were to start every single game during the series, he would raise the bat and make that 100th test in the third and final test. So very exciting moment for him. Sia Khaleesi, Franco Master, Jasper Wiese is the loose trio. Very interesting to see Franco Master coming in straight for Peter Steph du Toit. We sort of wondered if we were going to potentially see Kwagga Smith there, given the fact that he was very useful last year. But Franco Master has become very much indispensable for the Boks because he has improved so much. And I think that given the fact that he's a player that just plays so well from, across the full 80 minutes, you can understand why they start him, and then they can always sort of replace both locks in the later stage of the game, and he can move to lock, for example. But he's very much an 80-minute player. The idea of emptying a tank, he doesn't really empty a tank. And then Jasper Wiese, will get his 12th cap already. He's played a lot of games for Springboks in a short space of time, and he was always backed as the second choice number 8. And the Boks continue to sort of reward sort of loyalty in terms of, we're backing you. We're going to give you every single opportunity to succeed. Faf de Klerk will partner Alton Yankees, who will make his 45th cap for the Boks. The good old Lions duo there coming together, and it doesn't surprise me at all, given the fact that Andre Pollard was playing on Saturday and he would have only had a couple of, probably maybe even one training session with the Springboks ahead of the team announcement. So it was always going to be quite unlikely that Pollard was going to slot in. So Alton Yankees does get the start. You do imagine that we'll see Andre Pollard coming into the lineup next weekend, potentially. Marcus Orma, Pimpy, Cheslin Colby, Damian Willemse is a very exciting back three. There's plenty of pace. There's plenty of X factor. And then, of course, what is arguably one of the best centre combos in the game at the moment, Lekanyo Damien Delaney in the midfield. It's an incredibly good side. But then the exciting thing is the bench. And Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff, Vincent Koch. I mean, the front rows, there's so little in between the different players. But I really do like the idea. Like Malcolm Mark, Stephen Kitsoff, coming off the bench, they're very good over the ground in terms of their rucking ability and as a sort of fetchy role. So I think they're very important towards the last stages of the game. Vincent Koch has been in tremendous form in the Premiership. But then Salman Murat, Ulrich Lowe, they are set for debuts. We continue with the 6-2 split. And Kwagga Smith, very useful in a 6-2 split because given his pace, he could jump into the backline if needed to be. But Ulrich Lowe, Salman Murat, they are players who've been touted for the future quite early. Salman Murat was obviously on tour last year. And I think this is a nice move, because I think that for me, I'd prefer to cap an Salman Murat or a Ruan Nokia ahead of maybe Marvin Ori, given the fact that we know what he brings. But Salman Murat's been part of the setup before, so he gets that, again, it's going to be one very much upfront. Take to the park this weekend. 14 changes to the starting 15, just by the way. Not to mention, only 2 players keep their spot on the bench. And only 1 player from last week's starting 15 have dropped into the 20, have dropped onto the bench. This is probably the most inexperienced, most out there, risky selection we have seen in the Springbok side borderline ever. There are a total of 393 caps in the starting lineup, which means, and if you look at that across the park, the average amount of caps per player in the backline is 14. The average amount of players in the forwards is 32. The average amount of caps per player on the bench is 12. 12, ladies and gentlemen. That's how hectically inexperienced we have gotten for this weekend. And you know what? I'm in for it. I am 100% in for it. And you know what? I think, and this is going to be quite interesting, this Bok management is consistently under pressure all the time for never giving form players the opportunity, for never giving youth the opportunity, for having players in the squad and never seeing them. Well, guess what? Careful what you wish for, because these players are, and a lot of them are 100% being thrown into the deep end. But the Springboks have decided off the bat, we need to see where we stand as a side. As a result, we need to give players as many opportunities as possible. And the best way to do that is to just let them thrive. Let them thrive, basically. And as a result, this is the side we've landed up with. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. Because I think we've very much gone and said, right, sink or swim, chaps. Which you could argue maybe they're not the right thing to do. But what this selection for me means, and I think what's probably quite exciting, is this is a selection with one thing in mind, and that is Rugby World Cup 2023. This selection is, we are planning for next year. We will have the Rugby Championship coming in, so obviously we do want to do quite well there. And as a result, we are targeting this Welsh series to give everybody a taste, an early opportunity to try and make a difference. And then the Rugby Championship, I don't think we'll see to this extent this kind of rotation, but I do think that we will see a more sort of consistent side. But what they are saying is everyone's going to have an opportunity. Everyone's going to have a go. I mean, I spoke about somebody like Intutuka Mkuna as being a project player, meaning that chances are he won't get a cap this series. But I thought they'll want to work with him for the series and stuff like that. Throughout the rest of the year, and then maybe towards the end of the year play an SAA game or Springbok Select game. By the way, if you haven't seen it, we have announced a very exciting end of year tour, which will have midweek games. We're supposed to be having 3 midweek games at this rate. One of them has already been confirmed as the Bristol Bears, which is quite cool, and we should be confirming some more hopefully in the coming weeks and stuff like that. This has definitely not been the case, because all of a sudden the Springboks are saying Curtly Orense, who I thought again was a project player, Grant Williams, a bit of a project player, go and play. Are you ready? Let's see if you're ready. How much talk has there been? Evan Lewis has to start for the Boks. Guess what? Evan Lewis is starting for the Boks. Warwick Galant has to start for the Boks. I said he has to start for the Boks. Guess what? Warwick Galant is starting for the Boks. Marcel Coetzee has to come back. Guess what? Marcel Coetzee is starting for the Boks. PSF Toy back from injury and starts. It's an incredible side in terms of throwing caution to the wind and saying, let's see it. And I think that the knee-jerk reaction, I think, is going to be interesting, because I think that the Welsh fans will probably be quite upset, because they'll kind of feel that they're being almost disrespected by the fact that we are not giving them our best team. But in many ways, this is the form team. With the exception of a couple of players, who haven't had too much game time. I think somebody like Andre Pollard, for example, needs to sort of start playing himself into some decent form. But this is very much a side that is on form. So this is what the fans have been asking for, really, hasn't it? Isn't it? This is what we've been saying. Let's put together a side of players on form and see what happens. Let's select on form. And there was so much criticism towards the Bok management last week, and it must have been quite funny for them because they must have sat there thinking, well, just you wait because you have no idea what's coming next week. But this is a team on form, and we're about to see what a team on form can do compared to a team which was a more settled side. And not to say that all of them weren't on form, but players, like a Franco Moss and Alton Yankees who hadn't played rugby in quite a while. So, and I think that what this does for the Springbok management is it says if some players don't play particularly well and don't look up to the level, then they can take a step back and say, right, well, we gave him an opportunity. He wasn't quite ready. You guys were saying that we weren't giving opportunities. We have done that. And now we can sort of move back towards a more consistent selection. But yeah, let's go through some of the comments, shall we? Louis saying, why is Andre captain if you have Eben? Pollard was always the vice captain. Last year he was vice captain. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me actually. I did wonder if look, they could have easily gone with the Ebenezer because he has sometimes been in a leadership group. I thought that Lekanya would actually make this side. Full disclosure, I knew the pack was going to look pretty much like that, and I knew that there were going to be lots of changes in the backline. I didn't think it was going to be this hectic. So I thought that maybe like Lekanya, for example, might be thrown out there, just somebody to add a bit of experience. But Andre Pollard is the vice captain. So although it is his first time captaining the squad. Vic says, amazing squad. I'm excited. So many new caps. Guido says, Evan is so close to 100 caps. Chuck K says, the amount of depth the Springboks have is insane. I'm absolutely loving this team. Alpha Lincoln says, at first I was shocked, but now I'm getting excited for a totally experimental team. 100%. Ricardo says, great team. Love this. Sneaker says, the loose trio is so traumatic. Just says, Ori and Weber. Look, I'll hold my hands up. I've never been a particularly big Marvin Ori fan, but he's a very solid player. Nothing particularly special, maybe not very X factor, but he does a lot of things right. And I think that he deserves an opportunity to see if he should be part of that. I would like to see what Ruan Okia does because I think that he could get him ahead of him in the pecking order. But Marvin Ori is a very, very efficient line-out worker. He's brilliant at the line-out. You can't say he's not. And Joseph Dweber on second. It's only a second cap, so I think having Marvin Ori, he's so good at line time, will be a nice boost there. Chris SW, well, thank you so much for the super chat. Have some beer money for the weekend. Great to see some of the youngsters getting a shot. Thank you. We will make sure that yes, this weekend the beers will return. The beers will return. Maybe the brandy might even return. I put myself on a week sabbatical. I can't even look at something at the moment. But maybe this weekend we will get back to a couple of beers on the stream. So Double says, Andre the Giant. Finally, Leandro Bay says, I'm so excited for this game. I hope this isn't just experience gaining thing. I'd like to see these guys, if guys like Kalant really perform, they will actually mix up the rank order in positions. Jamie says, what do you say to those who say SA are devaluing the series by making so many changes? I do think there is a certain degree of that. But what I was saying, and I was chatting, or I replied to a one of the Welsh journalists who's out here. Very well revered, very, very good writer. And he was saying that he wants to see, Wales take on the best Springbok side every time, the best 23. And he said, so that a replacement or experimental side is devaluing the series in inverted commas. However, the one thing I will say is that, as I said, people always complain that we don't pick on form. This is a Form 15. This is players Kirkley Orenser, Warwick Galant, Andre Esterhazen, Evan Roos, Marcel Coetzee. I mean, in the side, you've got Andre Esterhazen, he's one of the least experienced players in the side. 8 caps, okay? He was in the Premiership team of the season. Some people arguing he should have gotten the Premiership Player of the Year. So he starts. Evan Roos was the URC Player of the Season. He's uncapped, but he starts. Trevor Newcastle got 54 caps. Evan Eftebet still got 98 caps. Marvin Ori, Thomas Totoy, they've been in the setup for quite a long time. Marcel Coetzee has got 30 caps. He's back, and he's back on form because he's playing some brilliant rugby. Peter Steph Totoy, former World Player of the Years, into the side. Jaden Hendrickson, I think he's somebody who is quite lucky to be there because I don't feel that he's been in the best of forms. But Polov's a World Cup winner. Jesse Creel's a World Cup winner. Warwick Kalant is a World Cup winner. Currently, Orense and Apple Fassi been in red hot form. So I do think it's a side that are players who are playing very well. So I don't think it's. I think it would be unfair to call this a South Africa A team. I do think the starting 15 at least. On the bench and even on the bench, players like Intukum Kunu, I think is probably there quite soon. I do think there are other loose heads who you could have justified having ahead of him. But Malcolm Marx, Vincent Koch are World Cup winners. Damien Willems was on the back of a terrific performance. Grant Williams has been in red hot form. Dion Fourie has been phenomenal. And Ruan Nokia has been playing some incredible rugby, as has Rand Elstad. So it is a side of players who are playing very well. So I think that I don't think it devalues the series because I think that it is a side of players who all deserve to be Springboks and all who should be part of the Springbok squad. And we always talk about how Springboks have incredible depth. Let's see it. Let's see if it does have depth. Let's see what we can do. Because maybe we think we're a lot better than we are, and this will actually show that maybe our depth isn't as good, that maybe there is a bit of a drop down. But if we can, if this, for example, if this team goes and beats Wales on Saturday, how big is that of a statement to the rest of the world saying, listen, we've got two teams that you guys need to actually fear. We've got two teams that can beat a test side. And I think that it's a very, for me, what makes me so excited about this team is it's a team with so much X factor around the park. Andre Esterhuizen's been running over people for fun. Aprile Fassi, Curtly Orense, Warwick Kalant are exciting players. Players who can create something out of nothing. Evan Lewis is one of those type of players as well. So it's very much a team not built to play Springbok rugby, if we're being completely honest. It's not a team of players who are phenomenal under the high ball. He is a captain and a fly half who likes to play sort of more of that sort of style, but it's not really a team that is suited towards that. So we actually might see a bit of a different type of tactics this weekend, and that in itself is quite exciting. And even if you look at the bench, Dion Fourie, Grant Williams, Damien Willems are players who inject quite a lot of pace into the game. I really like Grant Williams. I think he's a live wire scrum half. He likes to play off the cuff, and I think that I'm very excited to see what he can do this weekend. Chris says, I think these youngsters may put some pressure on the old guys. Happy to see how they go, 100%. Josh says, I wanted to make a comment about chemistry problem, but then I remembered last week this can't get any worse. Opportunities also players to fill in vacant positions in the squad, 100%. Spencer Swart says, if the Welsh lose, there are going to be a lot of questions. Now, where we at? So Vic says, the better play rugby to complement the squad. Adam says, hopefully the defense and the outside backs can keep the Welsh in check. I've got to say I'm worried about their defense. Howard says they're all there, all the players we wanted to see, 100%. Francois says the squad is something different, but it's a good idea. I don't think Rassi would have done that. It's an interesting point actually, to sort of in terms of I've always found it quite funny how whenever things are going badly, it's Jacques Niobba's fault. Whenever things are going well, it's Rassi Erasmus's fault. And I think we need to start sort of being quite fair that we either put them together and we say that it's a group effort, or else we do need to put it all on Jacques Niobba, who is the head coach. We can't always sort of separate. So I quite like that concept that, I don't know if Rassi is involved. I imagine he is. In theory, he's not supposed to be from a preparation point of view and on the match day. But, they can't stop him and Jacques Niobba having a conversation. JP says, Wales just saying we need a new blood at 11 for speed and better in the air. Excited to see if Rassi converts more of our offensive kicks. Obviously, I called it yesterday. Kotsia in for Mostert. Well, technically, Kotsia is in for Sia. Technically, if we're going to be very technical about it. Clint says, Springbok supporters are a fickle bunch. They will love you one week and kick you to the curb next 100%. Should just go straight to All Blacks game. This is a waste of time. We'll have to wait and see, shall we? You think the third test will be a mixture of squads? I do think so. Who would have in place of Intuko currently not in the box camp? From a loose head point of view, I personally think that I do think that Sampiero Mantanzima, for example, I think had a very good season, and I'll put him on the same sort of level, but I would actually put him ahead. People will just say that it's because I'm a Lions supporter, but I do think Steve Satole has actually had a better season than Intuku Nkunu. Very different type of player, far more of a scrummaging loose head. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I've got a massive issue with him playing there. I think if he hadn't left, I think Dylan Smith would have been pushing quite hard for a spot there. He was playing very well at the Lions. I just think Intuku Nkunu is not ready yet. I think he's an incredibly exciting player with ball in hand. I do worry about his scrummaging ability and his ability in the tight phases of the game. But look, you put a ball in his hand and say, off you go, he's going to go, and he's hard to stop. CPO Ring says, don't think Esterhuizen's block quality is club bully, can't make the step up. I mean, it's a bit harsh when he's only played 8 games and he was one of the best players in the Premiership, which is one of the top leagues in the world. Lungi says, I'm so nervous. Will there be load shedding this weekend? I can't miss this. At the same time, it's going to be nerve-wracking. Devin says, this is the team Alton should play with. You're not wrong, You're not wrong. I think Alton with these guys would have been a very different prospect, especially Alton, maybe like a Grant Williams. But yeah, what can we do? What can we do? Ignis says, worried about defense, love Fassi, but his defensive liability, same with Aronson. Granted, haven't watched enough of him. I think Aronson is a better defender than Fassi is. I do think he is. Again, 100%, I do worry about Fassi's defense to a certain degree. I think that's why he has to play on the wing, because his defensively is a little bit suspect at times. So this is a nice opportunity. I mean, he's going to be up against Reece Zammit. So it's a big opportunity for him to try and prove that he is ready for this level. Thank you so much. How's it? The latest member to the Forever Sports Members Clubs. Please do, if you are keen on joining that, go and subscribe to the Members Club. The link is at the top there, and it's a very nice. It's just something small to help the channel ticking over. So really appreciate all the support there. Daniel says, Alton Yankees would have fitted this kind of team better than last week. Hopefully they'll give them the freedom to run. We are still missing a standout fly-off, says Randolph. Just Servers reckoning Wales 40, Box 20. Ed says, Aronson is rock solid in the air and tackles, had a stellar season at 15 with the Bulls, not just attacking, but reading defenders, shutting down passing lanes, and one-on-one tackles. And Keenan says, this seems like a full attacking team. Our second team on Saturday was also a full attacking team. Only worried about defense, so I think this could be a high-scoring game. I tend to agree, actually. Alexander says, it's good to see the depth of our Springbok team. It's also well-deserved start for great players. Tapang says, this is how you build depth. Zach says, I would have played Murat instead of Ori. Different type of players. But I can understand why I would have maybe gone with Murat on the bench and started Ruben Nokia. But again, you're talking about very little experience there. Thoughts on Ruiz? I mean, I think we all know that he's been waiting, that he deserves to be playing. But I think that this is a team that's going to suit Evan Ruiz, and I think that and I'm glad that they've done it that way, because I think that the biggest thing, and people used to call me out and say that I was a Ruiz hater, and I always said I don't have an issue with Ruiz at all. My issue is whether he can fit into the Springbok mold, into the Springbok setup, because he's a very different type of player. And I think that this team will allow him to be his normal self. And his normal self is a hell of a thing to try and contain. But I do think, that Peter Steph, Toy, and Marcel Coetzee, who will do a lot of the grunt work, will allow him to occupy far more attacking space, positions where he's got more space. And he's so quick off the mark. His acceleration is second to none, really, in terms of loose forwards in the country. And that's what makes him so deadly, because first of all, he's a unit that stands at 1.9 meters and 110 kgs basically, but he's quick off the mark. And I think that this is a team that will allow him to be in positions where he is very competent. Tim van den Berg says, Evans' retention shows how invaluable he is to the Boks, really shows that the Boks don't have another world-class front jumper. We just got a bunch of fives, don't we? Really, if we look at it, because Ruben Nokia is a 5, Franco Moss is a 5, Luat Dialga is a 5. So, I mean, I understand exactly what you mean, and it is a bit of a problem. I do think that's why Marvin Orie is in the side, though. I think that line-out-wise, that's what he is there for. I think Marvin Orie is nothing As I said, I don't think he's a hell of a special player from an X factor point of view. He's not in the same class as Franco Massa, Lua Diagi, Eben Etzebeth. We know this. So I can understand that given that you need somebody who's very solid. Vic saying Steve Satoli is old. He's 29. Dion Ferre's making his debut at 35. What's wrong with being called up at 29? I think the man could do a job. But a couple other ones. A great coach would implement the structures for Roos to thrive. To be honest, I understand what you mean. But we don't. I mean, what if you sort of change the entire structures to make sure that Roos is going to be good, and then Roos gets injured, for example? So you don't want to adapt an entire system around one player. You can adapt a system around a bunch of players, but not really one player. So I think that more it's a case of Roos needs to understand and find a way to bring his game plan and his style into a box setup and make it work. That's how the best players can do it. And it takes a while. Quacker Smith, for example, took quite a while to understand how he can translate his skills into a box environment. It did take him a while, but he did it. And I think that's what Roos needs to do. I think that he's a very young player, he's got a lot to learn, and you don't want to coach him out of the stuff he does best, but you do need to then say, right, this is where you can bring that side of your game, but this is where you need to be maybe a bit more solid or a bit more tight, and it's that sort of development that is so important moving into next year. Zach says, I have a feeling that Roos is going to play like Vermeulen. I wouldn't say like Vermeulen. I think he's very different to Vermeulen. Vermeulen's he's so good at the breakdown. He's so good under the high ball. Very good line out option. He's a forward. Dwayne Vermeulen is just a massive, powerful forward. Evan Roos is a bit like taking a center and putting him at 8th man. Somebody says PSPs. A bit more like that, I suppose. Just hard running. A bit more like a Jasper Wiese in many ways. Although Jasper Wiese is a tighter player, but in terms of the ball carrying ability being their number one, where I think Dwayne Vermeulen is so much more than a ball carrier. Bitcoin says we should never have let Willemse escape to France. Imagine him with Eben. That's power. I don't miss it. I don't lose any sleep whatsoever by not having Paul Willemse on the side. I'm very happy with our locks. I would say that this team beats Wales by a long way. It will create more questions than answers for the coach. Roos the same size as the new All Blacks winger, but so much faster. We should put him on the wing. No, let's not put him on the wing. We're not the All Blacks. Well, they might just change the game plan to suit Evan Roos and the other attacking players. TJ says, I'd be scared to play against our loose forward trio, even when Dion and Reno comes on. Physical madness. Big shout out to Fair Sports doing what you'll do. Thank you very much. Brian says, why is number one team at the moment playing number 9? Should be against France. I mean, you don't do tours based on world rankings. And what we saw on Saturday, I don't think we were in the position to really get picky about our opposition, because they did stretch us for the full 80 minutes and made us nip a little bit. So, but I think it's going to be interesting to see how we play. In terms of the way we approach this game, because I think that we will see a lot of kicking from 9 and 10. Put it this way, we're not suddenly going to turn into France, and we're going to throw around the ball. So what was I doing? There's something I was doing, and that was downloading this video. That's what I was doing. Just trying to export a video which is going to go up on Forever Rugby, which is going to show you all the heights, weights, caps, blood types of all the players. It'll be quite cool. Zach says, Kwako Jasper should be on the bench. For the EB, I'm assuming you mean the All Blacks. I don't know if you, or what you meant there. Tian says, I'm very hesitant to see a side without Billy in it. He really signs the haters last week and showed how classy he is when it comes to organising the block attack. 100%. I also feel, though, that Dave Williamson did take a step forward in his career. And I suppose if we are going to learn to have life without Billy, this could be the start of it. I don't think life without Billy in terms of a squad environment, maybe within the team announcement environment, this would be a nice way of doing it. Do you think there are any Wales players which can make the SA starting lineup? Controversial. I think Dan Bigger would have a lot to say. I said the other day, I think if Dan Bigger was South African, I think he would play 50 tests for South Africa. I think he very much suits our mold. Any other Welsh players that would make the team on current form? I mean, Liam Williams wouldn't look out of place in the side. Faletau would obviously look very much in place. There are quite a few injuries, you know, for example, like Justin Tipuric. If you had like him and PSF Toy, it would be disgusting if they played together. I don't think front rows, or I don't think anybody in the tight five really makes it. I think Kieran Hardy played quite nicely. I don't think he'd necessarily make the final team, but I think he's a good player. George North probably has quite a lot to say. Not the George North at the moment, but the George North when he's one of the best players in the world. Difficult because I think a lot of the best Welsh players aren't in particularly good form at the moment. So it's difficult to sort of then say that they should be in. And a lot of the youngsters, we don't quite know whether they're going to be top or not. I mean, for example, the way that Will Rowlands played on Saturday, I would have had him in my team. But I also think that Tommy Rafael, the way he played on Saturday, means that he was somebody I would look at who could make a box squad. Vic says they should kick a fastest contestation in the box kicks, otherwise run with the ball. We need Sways to bring back as attack coaches to Fadswell. Brian says 1998 SA team beat Wales 9-6-13. I don't think Wales improved since then. No more living in fear says we've never seen these guys play together as Boca. How are people already calling scores? How good is this team to the one that played on Saturday? Very, very different, to be fair. Completely different. I mean, it's 14 changes. I would say this is a team on form who have not played a lot of Springbok rugby, so I think it's difficult to make that call. I think there are certainly a lot of players here who I think could force their way into a final 23. PSF Toys in the final 23 anyway. I think Trevor, and I'm very interested in the fact that they've gone with Thomas du Toit at loose head and Trevor at tight head. I would have actually liked to have seen Trevor at loose head, potentially. And Thomas at tight head, because I think Trevor should be in the final 23. But I understand how attached they are to Frans Malherbe. So maybe and then it's quite harsh on Oxen Chair, but I think that Trevor could very much warrant starting at 1. So that for me, that's a very interesting selection, and one that I would have swapped them. I would have had Trevor at 1 and Thomas du Toit at 3. You know, I think Marcel Coetzee could maybe find his way onto the bench if we go with the 6-2 split, because I mean your 6-2 split, you know, you're looking at, so you got 3 forwards. Kwaka Smith is one of them. After that, you know, are we talking about an Albert Lowe, Evan Roos? You know, I think there's more. I think for me, positions on the bench that are more up to play for their starting lineup. I think Halan could really be pushing to be in the 23, but he would have to be a starter. I don't think Esther Hazen is going to get ahead of Delendi. I don't think Creel's going to get ahead of I think Fussie's got a big opportunity this weekend. I'll tell you why, because I thought that I think Mapimpi looked last weekend. He just looked a little bit out of it, and it's harsh because he's come off a good season, and you're not going to drop Mapimpi. But I do think that he is not playing on Saturday. He didn't do anything really. So he's a position where people could put a little pressure on. But apart from that, I think that's really it. I don't think it's dislodging Faf. I don't think Arendt is going to. I mean, he's not going to dislodge Colby. So I don't think there are too many players here who could really force their way into the lineup. Josh Dredd would have to have an absolute ridiculous game if he were to bench, or not. Well, he wouldn't bench if you were to force Bongi out to 23. Malcolm Marx is very settled in that 16 jersey. Again, I think everyone look here. I think he's a very nice player. I don't think he's going to get ahead of Etzebeth, Lua Diago, and Franco Mostert. Much the same with Reynard Ulster and Dion Free. I think they're good squad players. I just don't think that they're better than our best options. Keenest, I don't think Jesse Creel should be there. I'd much rather have Ryan Nance from Rensburg next to Essays, and I also think that they should have Chris Smith in case of injury. So he would more be there a lot. I mean, he has played occasionally at outside centre, but he's an inside centre, really. So I don't think it will be as simple as that. Pilon Vases essay like depth at 13. Where does George Whitehead fit into all of this? Why would George Whitehead fit into all of this? Did anyone mention George Whitehead? Did I miss something? But Chris says harsh would be difficult to slam the guy because he didn't have. Sorry, I'm just trying to see somebody. So Stalls here says I'm not a big fan of Galant and Ori, and then he says I'm a Stormers fan. How can you be a Stormers fan and not be a fan of Galant? I would be in tears as a Stormers fan after watching a season knowing that he's leaving. When will the press conference come out? I don't know if we're going to try and get the press conference out. Yeah, it's difficult because unfortunately it is in Bloemfontein, and we can't. I mean, I don't live in Bloemfontein, so it's difficult for me to get there. So I'm going to try and get this press conferences. I'm hopefully going to be at the I'm hopefully going to be at the Wales one on Thursday, but yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to get the box. We just can't afford, unfortunately, to go through to Bloem. And I don't know what I'm going to do about Cape Town next week. If there's a sponsor that wants to sponsor me some plane tickets to get down to Cape Town, then we can try and get into Cape Town next week. I really want to get all into the press conferences. At this stage, I'm already looking at what we're going to do with the All Blacks when they're down here. We need to try and get to Mbombela for a week. But I don't know how we're going to do it. So that's why we're trying to find some sponsor stuff, I guess, to try and help us get around the country so we could do that. But we'll see what we can do. We're going to see what we can do. Adam says, if we have 6 Khaleesi, 7 Toy, 8 Firmino starting back row for the World Cup with a 6-2 split in the bench, the back rows, do you put on the bench Low, Ruiz, or Ruiz Kutsia, or Visa, Low, or other? Controversially, I would probably go with, obviously, a lock. Who it will be, I don't know, because also we've got Arceus Neyman coming back. Remembering that we used to actually have 2 locks on the bench because they were so good. But I would go, for me, Kwaka Smith has to be in that 23. So for me, it then goes to probably a Low or a Kutsia, which is controversial. But I think versatility has always been key. And in many ways, I think Ulrich Low could actually get himself into that final 23 because he's somebody who can play across the back 3, so can Kutsia. But I think that Ulrich Low could probably play at lock if he had to. So I think that his versatility makes him very, very desirable. Unfortunately for Ruiz, he plays number 8 and number 8 alone, much the same as Jasper Wiese. Jacques says, great to see a formed team. Can't wait for Saturday. Piano says, Dwayne, Villy, JC passed their best. I mean, JC's like 28 years old, so I wouldn't say he's passed his best. I just don't think he's had a lot of rugby at the highest level. JC Creel needs to come play in South Africa at the end of the day. Double says Cornel Hendricks in the 45-man squad. No, he's not. Kalantzberg class. We will miss him at the Stormers next season for sure. Rudolph says, sorry I'm late to the stream. We'll watch again. Anyhow, I think it's a great team and a great move. Yeah, I think it's quite. I'm very excited about this team. Put it that way. Keenan says, what do you think of our Flower situation? I understand you're going with experience, but what is your take? I think that if Jordan Hendricks was 3 years old, I think he'd be in the squad. I think that he is the next best. He's the next best flower half for me in terms of somebody we can actually go and trust in that has everything on paper. Whether he is ready yet, I don't know. I think he is. I think he looks very comfortable at this level. And unfortunately, I think that we've got flower halves who are very hot and cold. Marnie Liebach had a stormy season, no doubt, but he does sometimes struggle with consistency and plays a very different type of brand of rugby to what the Boks do. And whether he can convert, himself into what the Boks need within a year remains to be seen. Chris Smith is far more within the Boks setup mold. Again, very inconsistent. And Curran Bosch, again, very inconsistent. So I think that's the problem. Robert says, watch the space. Khaleesi and Lewis are similar players when they play out wide in the backline and attack. They can't play Khaleesi and Lewis in the same starting lineup when Khaleesi retires or plays. Well, Khaleesi did a lot of the grunt work as well. So I think we also need to remember how much value he brings at his breakdown work is second to none. And you look at that Lions series, and I think that was something which went under the radar a little bit, is how good he is at the breakdown. Both defensive rucks, attacking rucks, putting a lot of the hard yards. I'd like to see him more on ball than him, but that's not really as well with the Springboks. Josh says, so now that Lewis and Damien are going to Japan, wonder who's the marquee player joining the Stormers. The rumours is that he wears a scrum cap and the number 14. Farid says, this is so typical of the brilliance of Rassie. All these guys are relatively fresh and Wales will be hurting from last game. Predictable out for the Bulls. Technically, it's brilliance from Jacques Nielbar. He is the head coach at this stage. Robert says, I've lost him now. You can't start, they will begin to start more often, but it's part of the balance of the loose trio. You can't have too many fetches or ball carriers or work rate guys in the same trio. Yeah, it's all about balance, isn't it? Archie is currently training with the Boks. He is indeed. He's been in the Boks training squad, but he's not actually part of the 42. But he is doing his rehab and stuff with them. So K Volta's up there as far down the line. Yeah, if you can stay fit and get going. Peter from Vegas says, Van Veek at the Lions and de Klerk at the Pumas are future 13s. I'm very excited to see what Henk could make Veek do. And also I'm excited to see what Similani can do with a bit of game time and maybe a game plan which will suit him a bit more at the Bulls, which I never thought I'd be saying. Musa Boss says, geez, total different team as last week. Excited for Oren, so would have been great to have Moody here. He is in the mold of Jay Peterson. Moody will come post the World Cup. Tians, I know you don't rate Chris Smith quite yet, but I feel that a very consistent season. His place kicking and goal kicking are unrivaled in SA. A few more seasons of URC is shooing. No, I think Chris Smith on song is definitely Bok material. And I think we started to see more of if we can see more we saw towards the end of the season in the next 2 seasons, then I think that we could be looking at Chris. I mean, how old is Chris Smith? I don't think he's that old. We could be seeing, Chris Smith, Pollard, and maybe Hendricks as your sort of future fly half options. He's 27 years old, so he's not very old. 28 in September, so he's actually the same age as Pollard. I think Jordan Hendricks is the future number 10. I think 2027 it'll be Jordan Hendricks. He looks like such a special player. If Wales lose no World Cup, Pivac, I think he'll stay. We are looking at Hendricks for future. Will anyone look at Buda Chamberlain if the Sharks have enough of Bosch? Well, that's the thing. If Chamberlain can lock down that number 10, then you can start talking about the Springbok 10. But no, I like Buda Chamberlain. Again, I think consistency is something he needs to bring to his game a little bit. But that's always sort of the standard issue with players. Prior to England before the World Cup, yeah. So I think his season in the Premiership is going to do him well. We'll be streaming for the Under-20 game. I hope so. I want to do the Under-20 game today. I am, however, moving. I'm house sitting. So my entire setup needs to be put into a car and driven to the other side. So I've got a couple of hours to do that. So if I can get myself set up, then we're going to try and do the Under-20s game. I haven't watched any of the under-20 game because it's been so busy lately. So it would be nice to watch it. Ed says, I'd argue Chris Smith was incredibly consistent in what he gave in his performances. Where that's enough to get in as another question. Zach says, I would let Herschel play 9 and have Hendricks on the bench. Chellan Colby going back to the Stormers. I didn't say it, but I'm hearing rumours. I predict that the last test will be the strongest possible selection. Wales have enough intel on the players. They're going to be lost. That's an interesting point as well. Mornay van den Berg scrum off next to Hendricks when Faf retires. Good old Mornay versus France. What time? It starts at 5 o'clock, the under-20 game, officially this afternoon. So yeah, that's so hopefully we will be live for it. So just monitor the channel and see if we do manage to get myself sorted in time, then we will obviously try and do it later. People, we're gonna wrap it up there. It's been a really cool live show. Actually, I've really enjoyed this one. Now, I think probably the fact that we've got such a cool team does definitely help that. Yeah, please do smash a like on the video. Where we sitting with our subscribers? Because I thought we were going to get to 13,000 last weekend, and we didn't, which is a bit sad. So please do continue to subscribe. Forever Rugby as well. We want to try and get that up to 1,000 subscribers. So I'm going to drop the Forever Rugby link in here as well, which is our secondary channel where we can upload clips and stuff like that. Here it is. So we used to have a Forever Rugby channel, used to do very well actually, and then we converted it for strategic reasons. So there's the Forever Rugby channel there. You can go and subscribe to that. But yeah, please do subscribe to this channel as well. And then we will go and do the things. 12,506 subscribers. So if we can get another 500 before the weekend, I'll be quite chuffed. Until then, keep very well. We will be live tomorrow, probably night. I don't think we'll be able to do a lunchtime show tomorrow, but we will be live tomorrow night, hopefully. We will then have a lunchtime show on Thursday. We will have a lunchtime show on Friday. We will then be live. We've got a lot of build-up being planned for Saturday afternoon, which should be a lot of fun. So make sure you come and join us then. Apart from that, keep well, keep safe. Check you guys all very soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And Jacques Nienaber has just named his first side for the opening test against Wales to start the opening, start this international season rather, for the Springboks for 2022. And there are quite a number of changes, and a very big change is that Willie Leroux has in fact been dropped from the side, and Damien Willemse has been given the nod at 15. Also, 2 debuts set to come off the bench, so it's a very exciting team. Before we look at the team itself, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We will be live for the game. We're doing a lot of build-up. We're going to have press conferences up the entire week. We're going to be having player interviews, so there's a lot of content to come. But in terms of the team, this is how the Boks will line up on Saturday at Loftus Fairfield. In the front row, it will be Ox in Chair, Bongi Manambi and France Mahoba. France Mahoba very much back into the side after quite a lot of injuries last year. So that will be a starting front row. Eben Etzebeth and Loet de Jager will pack down the second row. Eben Etzebeth will be earning his 98th cap. So if he were to start every single game during the series, he would raise the bat and make that 100th test and the third and final test. So very exciting moment for him. Sia Khaleesi, Franco Master, Jasper Wiese is the loose trio. Very interesting to see Franco Master coming in straight for Peter Steph du Toit. We sort of wondered if we were going to potentially see Kwaka Smith there, given the fact that he was very useful last year. But Franco Master has become very much indispensable for the Boks because he has improved so much. And I think that given the fact that he's a player that just plays so well from, across the full 80 minutes, you can understand why they start him, and then they can always sort of replace both locks in the later stage of the game, and he can move to lock, for example. But he's very much an 80-minute player. The idea of emptying a tank, he doesn't really empty a tank. And then Jasper Wiese, will get his 12th cap already. He's played a lot of games for Springboks in a short space of time. And he was always backed as the second choice number 8. And the Boks continue to sort of reward sort of loyalty in terms of, we're backing you. We're going to give you every single opportunity to succeed. Faf de Klerk will partner Alton Yankees, who will make his 45th cap for the Boks. The good old Lions duo there coming together. And it doesn't surprise me at all, given the fact that Andre Pollard was playing on Saturday and he would have only had a couple of, probably maybe even one training session with the Springboks ahead of the team announcement. So it was always going to be quite unlikely that Pollard was going to slot in. So Alton Yankees does get the start. You do imagine that we'll see Andre Pollard coming into the lineup next weekend, potentially. Marcus Orma, Pimpy, Ches and Colby, Damien Willemse is a very exciting back three. There's plenty of pace. There's plenty of X factor. And then, of course, what is arguably one of the best center combos in the I was a reverse hater. World Cup. Sky Sports stuff very well. We will be live tomorrow, probably night. I don't think we'll be able to do a lunchtime show tomorrow, but we will be live tomorrow night, hopefully. We will then have a lunchtime show on Thursday. We will have a lunchtime show on Friday. We will then be live. We've got a lot of build-up being planned for Saturday afternoon, which should be a lot of fun. So make sure you come and join us then. Apart from that, keep well, keep safe. Check you guys all very soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's guide on how to watch the South Africa versus Wales, and in fact the entire sort of international season. As you guys know that at this stage, for example, for South Africa versus Wales, the entire series is being shown behind a paywall, which means that unfortunately there's no free-to-air broadcast that is showing the service. However, we have done the research and we have found the cheapest, most cost-efficient way for you to watch all the international rugby you need to over the next sort of month. We've got so many games coming up, and it's actually just going to be absolutely terrific. Yeah, but the biggest thing is that you're going to need a VPN depending on where you are in the world, because the cheapest way to watch, and it'll obviously change depending on where you are. But for example, in the UK, it's being shown on Sky Sports, the South Africa versus Wales series. In South Africa, it's being shown on SuperSport, which is on DStv, and you need a premium package, which is about 1,000 Rand a month. So we are recommending watching it on Flow Rugby. And the big thing about Flow Rugby is that you can, first of all, go on a month-to-month basis, and that it's got everything. It's got everything that you need. Yeah, we recommend getting Flow Rugby, and ExpressVPN is the VPN we recommend using, because Flow Rugby is only available in the United States. But if we look, for example, at their schedule, this is the sort of rugby that you can expect to be able to watch in the coming days. So, for example, immediately tomorrow, they've got the Maori All Blacks taking on Ireland. And as you see over here, it says unavailable in your area, and that is why you need a VPN, because I'm currently in South Africa. So if you do download ExpressVPN and you install it, we've got a special offer down in the comments below. They are giving Forever Sports audience an extra 3 months free if you sign up for a yearly package. And we do videos every week in terms of how to watch rugby on free-to-air channels. So if you go and get yourself a year subscription to ExpressVPN, we will then show you the most cost-efficient way every week to watch rugby. And that includes URC, that includes the end of year tour, for example, the autumn series, which is being shown on Amazon Prime, which is really, really cheap, as well as other competitions, stuff like that. The Rugby Championship will show you guys how to watch that. Certain ones are sometimes shown on like Australian free-to-air broadcasts, in which case you'll be able to watch a Springbok game for free. But you do need ExpressVPN, because unfortunately, especially like if you're in South Africa, you know, it's very, very rare that we see international rugby being shown live on free-to-air broadcasters. So if you get Flow Rugby, and it is $30 a month, but you can do it on a month-to-month basis, for example. So if you get $30, if you were to buy a subscription right now, that would last you for the entire month. You'd be able to watch All Blacks versus Ireland. You'd be able to watch, you know, second-tier nations like Germany versus Georgia, Spain versus Poland. But maybe the big ones that people are looking out for are the likes of over here, where we've got on the Saturday second, we've got French Barbarian second on the USA, for example, Japan versus France. We've got a lot of women's rugby at the moment. Then we've got Spain versus Italy. We've got France taking on Georgia. Then the big ones are sort of over here, which is Australia versus England, South Africa versus Wales, New Zealand versus All Blacks, and that is all being shown on Flow Rugby, as well as Argentina versus Scotland on Sunday, and again, same thing next weekend, Japan versus France, New Zealand versus All Blacks. So all the major tour test series that are currently happening, which is Japan versus France, New Zealand versus All Blacks, Australia versus England, South Africa versus Wales, and Argentina versus Scotland. The entire sort of summer or winter series, depending on where you are, the incoming tours, outgoing tours are all being shown on Flow Rugby. So get yourself a Space VPN, get yourself Flow Rugby subscription. It is the cheapest and most efficient way of watching rugby legally. Because there's a problem with the legal streams that they're very unreliable. They go down. So in my opinion, and what I've always done in the past is just pay a little bit and make sure that you are guaranteed to watch the rugby. And that's the thing. The last thing you want to do is sitting there. The national anthems are on. Your stream is buffering. It's not quite working. So do yourself a favor. Get Space VPN. Get Flow Rugby, watch the entire international season. Come watch it live with us. We'll be live for all the various games. This weekend we're going to be doing New Zealand versus All Blacks, All Blacks versus Ireland. We're going to be doing Australia versus England. We will be doing South Africa versus Wales. So we'll be covering a lot of rugby in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be a lot of fun as we get the international season go. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. All the links that you need for Flow Rugby, for ExpressVPN, etc. are in the description. So get yourself sorted, get yourself ready, and let's have a phenomenal international season. My name is Stephen. Thank you very much for watching. I'll chat to you soon. And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Thursday evening, which means that we are less than 48 hours to go until the second test between the Springboks versus Wales. And Thursday night also means it's fan forum, which means that basically for the next sort of half an hour, 45 minutes, I will never know. We'll wait till we see how we go, how long the electricity lasts, and how long the conversation goes. We're going to be basically picking apart the two sides and previewing this weekend in terms of what to look out for, what's being said about the whole clash, a lot of talk about the Bok team and some of the selection stuff like that. Sort of breaking down stuff like that, answering some of your questions and stuff. And so without any further ado, it is not just me tonight. On the fan forum tonight is Dill, who is back on the channel after this. It's been a while, Dill. How are you doing?
Yeah, no, it's been a while, but I'm glad to be back. I'm doing great, and you, Steve?
Yeah, I can't complain. See, we're both sitting in the dark. I've got a couple of USB lights which should keep me going, but persevering through the tricky road that is load shedding.
Yeah, I'm literally sitting on the floor in the room, actually, just trying to get some light out.
The things we have to do, eh? The things you have to do. Right, people. So whoever's watching, please do jump in the comments. Put your thoughts in there, get some questions going. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know what you think is going to happen this weekend. We'll do some score predictions a bit later. So, lots to come. So I see that we have David in the chat. Shanice earlier said she can't join. We've got Sevian Swad. Welcome. What do you think of the Bulls' new two signings? We can talk about that. George Friedrich Oosthuizen saying not just practicing A, B, and C team, and KPMG's here as well. So, well, it's been quite a strange week on the back of what was a very average performance. I think the Springbok management have made 14 changes to the starting lineup and 19 changes to the 23. Dill, what was your first reaction when you saw that team?
Wow, I expected him to bring some players in and blood some of the newer players, but I did not expect that many changes. Also, particularly after a very poor performance in the first test, I didn't think we earned the right to rotate. But, since Ninaba and Rassi have come into the fold, they really do think big picture, and obviously they're thinking World Cup, and they want lots of depth going into that. So, I see it as very exciting. You can't really argue with the quality of those players. It's just the new combinations and whether they'll gel at that high level in probably such a short time training together.
Yeah, and I think what's quite interesting about it is the fact that it sounds like it was very much pre-planned, that this was always the plan, regardless of what happened on Saturday. This team had basically been picked 2 weeks ago. The two teams over the course of 2 weekends had basically already been picked, and now it's just a case of actually rolling it out. But before we look at the teams for this weekend, I think it was one of the main sort of Welsh big journalists had a big article today saying that it's disrespecting the Welsh side in terms of naming what a lot of people are branding a B team. Now, I was at the Welsh press conference today, and Wayne Pivac as well as Dan Bigger both said that, if you look at the quality of players, you're definitely not going to be calling it the B team. In fact, Dan Bigger went as far as to say that this was a team full of the form players in the squad, rather than maybe sort of the more sort of settled players. And I think if you do look at the side, it is very much a bunch of players who have sort of been selected because they could not be left out of the squad. When you look at the likes of Marcel Coetzee, Evan Roos, Andre Esterhuizen, Kirkley Orense, Apelele Fassi, Warwick Galant, all players who are just playing incredible rugby at the moment. So, do you think that there is an element of disrespect, or are you sort of, where do you stand in terms of, does it, maybe not the element of disrespect, but does it devalue the test series? I think is the big word that people are talking about.
No, I don't think it devalues it. From a Springbok fan's perspective, I think it actually brings greater value, because Steve, maybe you know better than me, but I can't think of a time when we've made such radical changes in the name of building squad depth in a long time. So I think as a Springbok fan, it's very, very exciting on a whole, because there's all these form players, as you said, and we've seen them rip it up this season. Like Andre Esterhuizen in the Premiership has been fantastic. He's been absolutely brilliant. And then Marcel Coetzee, people have been calling for his inclusion for months and months now. So to see him in the fray and that loose trio is just exciting. So, there's always going to be the negative media when you make such a radical decision. Radicalism is never met, just straight up. There's always going to be pushback to it. But I just think it makes it more exciting from my perspective. But also I can understand where they're coming from. Maybe they're a bit butthurt from losing that game, because they lost that game as opposed to us winning it in essence, because 15-point lead at halftime, you've got to capitalize on that when you have such a good position at a place like Loftus when it's full.
Yeah, I think in terms of the last time we saw change like this was probably that Welsh test in Washington, in terms of two very different sides from one week to the next. But that was a whole different situation, because it was traveling, and there were so many more things to it than just that. So I think it is the first time we've really seen two very different sides. And I think somebody said it in the comments earlier, and like, I don't. It's a bit harsh to sort of say, but there is a certain amount of that Wales are not currently sitting sort of 1 and 2 in the world. They're not the most informed side at the moment. So if you're looking at the Bok calendar across the year, and you're going 3 tests against Wales, followed by a rugby championship where you've got 2 tests in Australia, and Australia having beaten us twice last year. You've got 2 tests against New Zealand. You're probably looking at maybe the home test against Argentina in terms of another opportunity to bring in other players, because you don't want to really make wholesale changes when you go away to Argentina, because it's one of the toughest places in the world to play. So, and then the end of the year tour, we've got, until Italy was confirmed on Tuesday, we had Ireland, France, and England, who are, all the top 3 European sides. So if there were to be a team across the entire year where we had to be able to make changes and be able to rotate people, it probably had to be Wales.
Yeah, no, I agree totally. But if you look at it just from like a fundamental perspective within the Welsh Rugby Union itself, like the franchises are in disarray, there's a huge funding issue there, and that sort of bleeds from top to bottom, and the Welsh team are not in a good place. So I can see why they're targeted. I agree with you in that way. But also, like I said earlier, I don't think it's anything to do with disrespect or anything. I think it's just World Cup in mind, building towards that. It could have been any team that were in this position. It was just the best suited at the time.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point. I think it would be interesting. And what I was saying before the season started is that traditionally, if you look at the last 15 years, the Springboks have always used incoming tours as the opportunity to blood new players. Not necessarily to this extent, but it always was, of the 3 windows, between the incoming series, the Rugby Championship, and then the outgoing series. The incoming series at home was always the time that we traditionally brought in a lot of new players. Most players would make their debut sort of in the incoming tour. And we were robbed of the 2020 season where we had no rugby at all. And we were robbed of an incoming tour in a certain way last year, because it wasn't the normal incoming tour, it was the British Irish Lions tour. So this is the first incoming tour against a regular nation that we've had post 2019 World Cup, and I think it's quite exciting for me, the fact that you felt that when Rassi and Watchalong came back to the squad, the setup, there was always the sort of long-term plan, and it was always about the World Cup. And you kind of get that sort of similar feeling now, where it's about the World Cup, which is quite exciting in terms of if we were to try and defend our title. And if they did, we're not talking about this Springbok squad being, probably not even arguably, they would then be the best Springbok squad of all time in terms of the success they achieved. So yeah, it's interesting. But in terms of this series, what do you think? And do you think there might be a pre-picked side for next week already, or do you think it's going to be very much, these two games have almost been an audition for the third test, or do you think they've already got a relatively set? Oh, welcome to some power. Relatively set team for next week.
I think it's result dependent, because you got to. He's spoken about building depth and building all of that kind of stuff, but then he's also spoken about, Jacques Nienaber has also spoken about how everything good comes from winning, and you can't compromise a series result, if you know what I mean. Ultimately, they balanced it now by making this the development game, but then what does that mean if we don't take the series, and then we potentially lose the number one spot as well?
Yeah. The number one spot's interesting, because I don't know how much. I kind of always got the feeling that the Springbok management don't particularly care about that number one spot. I think we as the fans probably put more of a premium to it. I think for them it's very much trophy driven. It was all about win the British and Irish Lions series. Then it's all about win the Rugby Championship. So right now it's very much all about win the 2023 World Cup. And I think that to a certain degree, I think that if we were to lose the Rugby Championship, I don't think, again, it would be a massive loss for the Springbok coaching management, because they'll also sort of eyes point to 2023. But the problem is it gets a bit sort of a grey area, because you also don't want to be that side that just lives between World Cups, and things are only there to play for every sort of 4 years. So it is a bit of a tricky one, because you do want to do very well in the 2023 World Cup, but at the same time, one of the reasons that you've seen that's always been so dominant is the fact that they pick up Rugby Championship trophies, the fact that they go undefeated in outgoing tours and stuff like that. What I think is quite cool is that obviously we've got quite an extended end-of-year tour in terms of having those potentially set to be 3 midweek games, which will obviously give a lot of opportunity to.
Yeah, I saw they confirmed Bristol this week.
Yeah, so there's Bristol Bears happening. Obviously, they confirmed Italy as well, so that's also a nice opportunity to do a bit of rotation. But they are expected to have another additional 2 midweek games for that sort of select Springbok or South Africa Select 15 based in SAA side. So in theory, the Springbok squad will be playing 7 matches in November, which is exactly crazy, what we needed for a long time. Yeah, I mean, when was the last time we had a tour like that?
Yeah, I kind of think 2009.
Yeah, 2009 was, that was the interview was saying, was when we did play against the last sort of midweek game stuff that we had. But moving on from in terms of whether this was disrespectful or whatever, in terms of the actual team, I mean, let's look at the actual team in terms of what we've got to look with, because a lot of debuts, for example, and a lot of players who are not on debut but earning a recall. If you think of the likes of Marcel Coetzee, who last played 3 years ago, coming back to play his 31st game for the Springboks. Watchalong, who last played in 2019. Andre Esterhuizen, who's got 8 caps to his name, but sort of fell out the side. So I feel like there's a lot of players who aren't new to the box as a first time, but sort of coming back. So what was your sort of overall feeling in terms of the balance of the squad, and in terms of how many sort of new players? I mean, we're talking about players who are on debut as young as 22, in the likes of a Evan Roos, to a 35 in Dion Fourie. What are your sort of thoughts about the new players in the squad?
Well, I think everyone's there on merit. I think we've really blessed at the moment with depth. Like, all of those players played really, really well this season, and playing against a lot of the Welsh players as well. In the URC, I think we've benefited hugely from that. And I think the Springbok coaching staff have been very good with their lineman camps and things like that. So, they're trying to build this extra large group of aligned players, maybe not necessarily players that have trained with the Springboks all the time, but who are aligned with the structures and all those kinds of things. So I think it's been brilliant in that sense. And I like to see Marcel Coetzee back. I like to see Esthuizen back. Esthuizen was particularly unlucky because, Damien Delendi, his ball carrying was very important for the Springbok game plan, sort of heading into the World Cup. And, he was doing it really well. So it was just easy to not look past him. And I think the balance is really good. I like that Ruiz is there. I only expected him in the third test, if I'm honest. But someone with that quality, I think he's just going to excel immediately. I honestly haven't seen a single season like that from a player in my life who's just so prolific in every sense. So I think they made good decisions, and I think they just looked at these players and just thought, well, they're absolute quality, and I think we can do this.
Yeah, and I think, as I say, it is quite a lot of players who, as you said, it's very much a team on merit, and that's what Dan Dickert used the term that this is the form team, because it's not, take away your Pollard and your sort of Etzebeth and Trevor Nyakane. It's very much a side of people who are there based on recent performances and to try and prove a point. What's quite interesting at the moment is if you look, for example, you look very much at the loose trio. Currently, no Dwayne Vermeulen in the squad, and you expect him to come back. You expect him to be involved. How big do you think this opportunity is for an Evan Ruiz, for a Marcel Coetzee, to try and sneak their way into a plane ticket to World Cup 2023? Because you got to sit there thinking that Peter Steph du Toit's ticket's pretty much booked. Siya Kolisi's ticket's pretty much booked. Dwayne Vermeulen's ticket, if he's available, is pretty much booked. I think that on the last year, I think Kwagga Smith suddenly found himself very indispensable to the box. So how many extra seats do you think are available, and which players do you think are really going to be able to sort of try and throw the gauntlet down to make sure that they go into France?
Well, I think there's obviously a lot more chance in the number 8 realm. I think, with Vermeulen, is he going to start at the World Cup? We know. He's timeless in a lot of ways. But I think Jasper Wiese and Evan Ruiz sort of will feel they have a better chance at pushing for that. But then, the flanks is really tough because with Peter Steph du Toit and Siya Kolisi, they almost inevitably going to start at the World Cup, depending on injuries and etc. You're not going to drop your captain, and Peter Steph du Toit just keeps on going. So then that's when someone like Kwagga becomes very, very valuable because you can play across the whole back row. And players like that, Ulrich Loh is another one. You can put him on the side. You can put him on the side or at number 8. So I think Wiese and Ruiz will probably be fighting for one position in the squad, behind Vermeulen or in front of Vermeulen, just as the second number 8. And then flanks, it's all to play for. But I think versatility will be key, unless you're someone like Deon Free. I don't know if Deon Free will be in the World Cup picture, but he's a fetcher. We haven't really had that pure, breakdown attack, in a long time. So it just depends and execute their skills, at test level. These sort of newer guys, but I think someone like Kwagga is probably almost already on the plane. His versatility is so valuable. So I think that's where it is. Marcel Coetzee as well. He can play across the whole back row, and he's got experience. He's a leader as well. He's been brilliant for the Bulls as captain. So there's a lot of facets to consider. It's a huge headache for Ninaba and Rassi, because who do you actually take? Because they're all brilliant.
Yeah, and I think that as you should allude to, the idea of versatility has become so important, especially with the fact that we now sort of operate with a 6-2 split. And I think that's why Albert Loh always had the inside track ahead of Evan Ruiz, for example, in terms of the box squad, because first of all, you look at the way he plays, and he's far more sort of plays within the tight sort of phases of the game, much more sort of in the mold of a traditional Bok forward, but also as you say, his versatility. He can play 6, 7, 8, Marcel Coetzee, same sort of thing. I think that's become so vital to the box, like Franco Moster, for example, who's suddenly been able to, didn't have the best game on Saturday, but last year suddenly played in the number 7 against British Irish Lions and had a storming game. The fact that they've got so many players who can move around if need be it's interesting how the days of a specialist are sort of waning. And in many ways, I think that is counting against the likes of Jasper Wiese and Evan Roos, who can only play in one position, or primarily only sort of play in one position. Which I think, if there was to be no Dwayne Vermeulen, there could be space for both of them. But even if there was no Dwayne Vermeulen, do you go with maybe one out and out number 8 and then say, right, well, Moscow can play at 8 if he has to, Albert Lowe can play at 8 if he has to, Kwaka Smith can play at 8 if he has to, and you have 3 players who can all play at 8, as opposed to taking 2 specialist number 8s when you're only going to have like a 30-man squad. So there is, as I said, there are lots of things to consider. And I think that, Evan Roos, I think, is going to have. I think he actually. I just sort of have this feeling he's going to have quite a tough time getting to that World Cup 2023. Because at the moment, I think he is behind Jasper Wiese in the pecking order. He'll obviously have a big opportunity this weekend to sort of show, try and jump up one. But yeah, given the fact that he is an out-and-out number 8, I don't see us taking 3 to the World Cup, as you said. So. But that's where this weekend's a massive opportunity for him, because and the problem is if he has a big game, then suddenly everyone's sitting there saying, well, the URC wasn't a fluke, he's world class and he's going to be a big Bok. But if he has his struggles in a Bok jersey this year, then the easy thing is to say, right, well, he's got a lot of talent, but he might not be quite ready yet, and obviously he then becomes a project player for post 2023. So there are quite a lot of factors. And I mean, look, the loose forwards in this country are unbelievable when you think that there are certain players who could definitely still be part of that squad, but currently are. When you think of just number 8, I mean, like a Pepsi Buthelezi still out there playing some very good rugby and stuff. But moving on sort of away from the loose trio, we've got a couple of interesting selections done in the front row. Now, obviously, you've got Joseph Dwebe, who's going to start. Malcolm Marx on the bench. I think that's pretty standard. We saw that last year. And I think that, Malcolm Marx has basically become a permanent 16. And it's weird because some people still hate the fact that he comes with the bench. I think it's proven to become a stroke of genius because I think he's just so valuable in that last 40. But, Joseph Dwebe, I think, is somebody who has to have a big game. Because Johan Kabbalah is pushing so hard. I mean, so there's nothing against Joseph Dwebe to say that he's played badly when he had an opportunity, but we do have, a very, very good hooker who's pushing a lot. And the problem is the South African public are always going to push Johan Kabbalah. In many ways, they're always going to push Evan Roos ahead of Jasper Wiese because you're watching him on a week-on-week basis. But do you think that, I mean, at this stage, also interesting picks were Thomas Toy had a loose head and Trevor a tight head. Could have gone the other way around. Could have had Trevor loose head, Thomas tight head. And then Ntuka Nkuna had to make his debut off the bench. What were your thoughts on the front row?
Yeah, so like you said, it's really big for Dwebe, also because he's recently signed for the Stormers. So if he can have a good international season with the Springboks and sort of make an impact in this game and possibly other games, then that can roll over into the URC, and then he's sort of in that, that public eye a bit more, at least for fans. Obviously, the Springbok management are managing them closely. I'm not too sure what the plan is with Trevor and Thomas du Toit, but maybe again they're just pushing for versatility. But I think they'll be fine. They're both world class, and so that makes sense. Chunu is a bit of a surprise. He's got immense talent. I can remember that crazy try he scored running from past halfway, showing crazy speed. So he's got huge potential. So I think we were just chatting a little bit before we came on air, and I think he could be a project player. But why would you include him so quickly? I don't know. Maybe they see something in him particularly. But we've got a lot of great front rowers. So if he comes on and he excels in the front row, then it's going to be very interesting to see, because then we can have like 8, 9 quality front rows. And then just touching on Malcolm Marx on the bench, I think, I agree. I think it's a fixed role for him now. He's brilliant. He comes on 50-odd minutes, and he knows he can just empty the tank, and he can get in the opposition's faces, impose himself on the game, sort of get under the skin, get everyone riled up. And I think he thrives on that. So that's where I sort of stand with the front row. But it's, again, we talk about the depth in the loose trio and all the loose forwards, but the front row depth in South Africa is alarming, really.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at tight heads, for example. I mean, you've got Trevor. I mean, you've got Thomas Toy, for example, playing at loose head this weekend. Was playing at tight head in the URC, and I think he actually might have made the dream team for the URC at tight head. But had an absolute storm of a season. And then you still think that somebody like Wilco Lowe is not included in the side.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And you still look at somebody like Carly Sardi, who's now moved to the Bulls. I have my doubts about whether that's a good decision, but I mean, he's been world class for the Lions as well. So I mean, it's incredible how tight head. When you think, it's funny how things go, because a couple of years ago we had Trevor, we had Thomas. How many people do we have converting to tight head because we just didn't have tight heads in this country? And now you think that you've got this incredible. In fact, in many ways, it's the loose heads that are the issue all of a sudden. And it's interesting to see the fact that they are trying to, potentially, like if you know that Thomas and Trevor can convert back to loose head, then that solves a lot of issues in terms of your loose head depth. Because I must admit, I was very surprised that Kun's going to get a game so quickly, because I think that, I wouldn't even say he's really he hasn't really knuckled down a spot yet at the Sharks. He comes off the bench, but they still have quite a lot of question marks over his sort of core abilities, his scrummaging abilities, stuff like that. Obviously, open play, he's a physical freak of a human. Stupidly fast, stupidly big, and I definitely wouldn't want to be standing in front of him. But I'll be interested to see because Don Human's done some wonderful things with that scrum. I think it'll be interesting to see if he can, sort of try and bring more of a sort of a prop skill set to the game over and above that his ball carrying. Because at the end of the day, it's fantastic that he can run around with the ball in hand, but if you can't pack it down the scrum, he's not really going to make it as an international prop. Locks wise, our locks are pretty sorted, to be honest. You're going to see a David Nokia, who I think is just the next Franco Mossad in terms of endless work rate. Not the biggest guy out in the park, but he's got that V12 diesel engine that just sort of continues going all the way. But Scrum also a very big pick this weekend. Jaden Henderson getting a start, and then Grant Williams off the bench.
I like Jaden Hendricks. He's quite flary. He's got this sort of X factor about him. You can look at the try he set up for Pelele Fassi for the Sharks in the URC. I remember distinctly, just a cheeky little grabber from the base of the ruck, and like just little moments of brilliance like that from him. I think are really, really good. His kicking game's decent, but he's far more of a playmaker than any of our other scrum masters, I think. But he still needs to settle in. He's played a couple of games, but he's already scored a try. And I think it was clever to have him pair up with Andre, because Andre obviously is experienced, he's composed, calm. So I think that'll be the best way to get him to settle in. And Grant Williams, he's been in the structure for quite some time now, and he's played some pretty good games in the URC. But, we haven't really seen what they love about it. Well, I haven't, at least, because there's clearly something about Grant Williams that the Springbok management really, really like. So I'm keen to see that. I think he deserves his debut, having been in the structures for so long. So I'm very interested to see how Williams gets on. But I think Hendricks will do just fine this weekend. I think he's going to play a good game.
Yeah, I think. You talk about playmaker. I was having a session with the other mate, not necessarily in form, because I think we can probably all say that Hendricks hasn't had his best season. I think that a year ago he was probably playing better rugby than he might have been playing right now. But in terms of the way he plays the game, in terms of his raw talent, he is very much in the sort of Fourie role in that he can take charge of a game, and that he's got everything. He's got the whole bag of tricks. He's got a good kicking game, he's got a decent passing game, he can manage a game. Needs to sort his discipline out a little bit, but generally has got the, excuse me, calm down, has got everything that he needs. It'll be interesting to see how he goes, because I think that talent-wise, I do think that he is our next long-term scrum half, if they can get him playing to his abilities. But I'm a massive fan of Grant Williams. I was really hoping that the Lions were going to go after him when we were looking at the fact that the Sharks just had scrum halves for Africa, because I think he is a very off-the-cuff type player. And I think that Herschel Yankees is in a little bit of trouble at the moment, because I think that he had a pretty up and down season at the Stormers. I thought he started to come good towards the playoffs. I thought he had a couple of I can't remember, it was the quarterfinal, semi-final, where I thought they had his best game of the season, but hasn't really been setting the world alight. So I think that Jaden and Grant have an opportunity this weekend to put their hand up to be that third choice scrum off, because it's weird because Kobus Reinach obviously never comes off the bench. He always starts whenever Faf's injured. It is probably second choice scrum off in terms of if Faf were not to play, that's who would play. But I think if Herschel doesn't be careful, I think that Jaden and Grant Williams have got an opportunity to try and, move themselves up the pecking order.
Yeah, I think that's quite an interesting point, but I think they will always will respect Herschel's experience in a way because he's won the World Cup, won the Rugby Championship, a bunch of things like that. So I think that will help him, but I do agree that the other lads are really coming through, and it's nice because there's a proper headache developing again. You can see in a different position.
And interesting that we've picked 4 scrum halves. I mean, technically 5 with Kobus Reinach.
Could you two shut up? Thank you.
The fact that we picked four scrum halves in the squad, as well as Kobus Reinach, who's injured. So there's a lot of scrum half depth there. Pollard back at 10, which I think we all expected, regardless of how Alton was going to go. We all knew that he was going to come back. But also, in many ways, not somebody playing particularly well. He's been benched by Galbizi at Montpellier.
Yeah.
Probably had one of his worst Springbok seasons last year. Wasn't particularly good off the tee. Wasn't the Pollard. Wasn't really the general that we saw in 2019. So, I mean, how under pressure is he, given the fact that Alton didn't go well last weekend, and the fact that there doesn't seem to be a lot of number 10 options that the Springboks definitely see as viable, and the fact that they didn't call up a Liebach or Hendricks or the likes. How big of a game do you think is for Pollard this weekend?
I think it's a very big game, but I think it actually suits Andre because he seems like someone that really enjoys the responsibility and someone who really enjoys the occasion. He's captain this weekend. He will enjoy that. After a tough season, he's coming back to structures that he knows. He's coming back to a team that he obviously feels more ownership to than Montpellier was. So I think it's the kind of game that could kickstart Andre back to what he was. We also need to consider that he tore his ACL, and that since then he hasn't been the same. But then I really do think, given the extra pressure that there is no other fly besides Alton in the squad, and the fact that he's captain, and the fact that everyone is expecting him to perform, particularly after Alton's poor showing last weekend. So I really think the pressure is going to kickstart him, and I think he's going to stand up. He likes being a leader. He's got the full leadership mantle now, and I think that we're going to see Andre Pollard back to maybe not his best, but I think he will be a general once again.
Yeah, I think we need it. And look, and as I think I said on my live show on Monday, we need him and Alton both playing well because, as I said, at the moment the Boks don't seem to really. I mean, they've got Johan Goosen in the squad, which I think speaks a lot about the current 10s, or at least the opinion that the Boks setup have on the current 10s, because the fact that you're looking at potentially backing someone who's made of glass and lasts 120 minutes of rugby on a good day before he's out for another 9 months means that these two are probably our World Cup fly halves. Not even probably, they basically are. Otherwise we would have brought them.
But that frustrates me though, Steve, because like last week, to put Alton in after not playing for multiple months, coming off an injury, that's just poor management for me. I'm sorry. How can you not have another option there, And even if you do put him in, why can't we get someone like Chris Smith in? He doesn't even have to be in the match day 23, but get him in the structures. I don't even know if Chris Smith's the right guy, but get a third fly in there that's actually playing. And, build him in like you've done with the Grant Williams or something like that. Because are we really going to take only those two fly halves to the World Cup? Because can we really rely on Goosen as well? So that frustrated me quite a bit. But yeah, we'll just have to see. Andre has to step up because we're short of options.
Yeah, and I think that I was quite frustrated at the fact that Goosen was called up. I just didn't see that. I still do not see the point. Obviously on his day he's a world-class fly half and he can change a game. But he just can't stay fit. And if he's going to be running around with the squad, I'd far rather have Jordan Hendricks, for example, even if you're not planning on playing, because Goosen's not playing again until he probably won't even play a Bok game. He might play an SAA game in that end of year tour. So he's not playing rugby for the next 6 months. Why not? Or Chris Smith, or I was just going ahead and more because I think long term he becomes quite an interesting option. Why not have somebody else just getting the experience and training and being part of the box setup, so that because at the moment, and let's be honest, Pollard hasn't had the best injury record in the last couple of years. So say he goes down next year in April, May with a major injury, you're suddenly going, right, well, Alton's our first choice flower half, and we're now having to bring in somebody else, the second choice flower half, who hasn't been part of the setup.
Yeah, no, that's not going to work either. And with Alton's playing record in recent times in terms of how much he's actually played, will he ever be able to be a World Cup winning fly half? I personally don't think so. I know you won't like that, Steve, but I honestly think we need to build fly half depth because our game plan's not tuned towards someone like Alton. That's why I didn't even bring up Liebach, because Liebach is similar in some ways. So that's why I brought up someone like Chris Smith. He's a mini Mornay, pretty much, and someone who can kick well, pass well, read the game, do the fundamentals correctly. That's what we need for a start at Springbok fly half. And that's where Alton fell short last week. Just basic kicks, kicking for goal. He kicked the ball dead. Yeah, but I'll stop crucifying Alton for your sake, Steve.
No, look, he didn't have a good game, and I think that, again, I think the fact that they had to show him because they have to give him game time shows you the issues. Ow! Could you just piss off? You've got these two bloody puppies who decided to just start eating my foot. That the fact that that they felt that right now it would have been better to have played him without all those games than to bring somebody else in. I personally think that I was having this conversation with one of the guys today at the press conference, that I think that there are certain players who don't play in South Africa that if they want to go to the World Cup, for me, should be looking at coming down here for the season. I think Alton's one of them in terms of playing in front of the South African public, playing in front of the coach's eyes, getting his confidence back up. And I think somebody like Jesse Creel, for example, is another. Because I think players who aren't playing a lot at Springboks, playing in Japan where people don't rate the league particularly highly, people certainly don't watch it. They do risk potentially missing out on selection because they're not getting the game time in a top league. I think that, for example, Pollard going to the Premiership was probably like the biggest relief for so many Bok fans, because he is going to play a full season at the highest level. So I think that's also an interesting sort of thing for me, the fact that certain players, I think, need to be potentially looking and playing down here and getting game time in. Because, if Alton goes and plays 1,200 minutes with the Lions and starts playing like he was before he went to Japan, not even so much like in the glory years, but more sort of just before he left, where he was a bit more, maybe a little bit more conservative, but a bit more sort of well-rounded. I think that's his best way of getting into the squad. Okay, give me 2 seconds while I put these bloody dogs out.
I'm just going to shoot and get a charger.
Rule number 1, don't bring puppies onto a show. Right, we'll wait for Dill to get back. But anyway, so a couple of comments going. Where are we at? Obviously, says Hurston lives in a cast. Don't think he'll play box again. Great temper made of glass. Frankfurt says can't replace Pollard's class. KPMG says kind of crazy that they're looking at Hurston for the third choice, at least then just a third and 9 and a fourth fly half. Penalizes Alton and Fash should be given the boot to go find form. Mr. Boss says, Pollard, when he arrived on the scene, he was class. After these 2 years out of the game with injuries, not the same. Still, he's an okay player. Calm, I think F-Shah wants to see the young Pollard. I think we'd all like to see the young Pollard. Devin says, I'd say throw in Sasha or Jordan. They're the same age as Marcus Smith, so why not? Marcus Smith is 23 years old. Sasha Ngomazulu is, I don't even think, 20 yet, so not quite the same. I like the Jordan shot. Again, I think that he's, for me, the obvious in terms of players of the future. I think that he's someone. The reason that he excites me is because physically he looks ready. he's a very good defender. He could very easily play it inside centre. So I would have gone with a Chris Smith or a Jordan Henderson, added either of them to the squad. But then centres, you've got Andre Esthuizen and Jesse Kriel. Jesse Kriel, I think he needs a big game. But Esthuizen as well, after the big season he had, now needs to show what all the hype's about.
Yeah, well, look, it's his chance because, Damien Dielendi last weekend put in that tasty little grabber through to Cheslin Colby in the corner. And Damien Dielendi is very experienced now, more than 50 caps, all that kind of stuff. He's very, very trusted by the Springbok management. So Esthuizen has to grab this with both hands. But what it does it puts us in a great situation where we can go with some great options to the World Cup. But will you take 2 12s or you take someone versatile? I don't know. But as for Jesse Kriel, last year I called him out in a similar forum actually with Forever Rugby when he was put on the wing, and he really performed quite well. I think defensively Jesse Kriel will be there, but he'll never be that slick sort of flary player like Lucanio But I think maybe as they're quite a robust centre pairing, really. They're two big boys. So, pressure on Jesse. But I think Andre Esthuizen is ready. I watched a lot of his rugby this year. And he's also benefited from, being fed by Marcus Smith, which always helps. But, I think he's ready, to grab it with both hands this time. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens at 12. Looking forward to the World Cup, but it's nice to actually, have another option bar Dielendi, in the squad.
Yeah, well, I think at the moment there's a big. I wouldn't say. It's not really a crisis at centre because there are lots of centres, but there just doesn't seem to be another option of at outside centre over and above sort of Jesse Kriel, and I think that's a bit of a worry. Look, I think that needs must. I would actually really, and John Dobson spoke about trying it, but I would have liked to have seen it. Is that he thought about Warwick Hunt at outside centre, which was quite an interesting prospect for me. But if you look at the country, Ruan Nel was probably the form outside centre. Cornel Hendricks was sometimes playing out there. But Similani didn't have a particularly good season. I think the Lions have got a lot to own up about that. So I think that him at the Bulls will be a lot better. But yeah, I think that at inside centre, I think we're okay because obviously Daniel Villains is also playing some brilliant quality rugby at inside centre. But at outside centre, Ruan Nel's been part of the setup. He did have a very good season, so he is an option. But you don't just feel that anyone's sort of like bashing the door down in the same way that Andre Esthuizen just said. I reckon at last year, this time, I don't think the Springboks management were even considering Andre Esthuizen. I think as far as they were concerned, they were like, well, we don't really need him. We've got everything we need. And then you had the season, you get to the stage where you're like, well, we can't not pick him. He's playing too well. So I wouldn't say there's at the moment there's really a 13 who's doing that to sort of that extent and stuff. But and then sort of finally, before we sort of start wrapping up a little bit, is the back three. Now Warwick Hunt at full back. You as a Stormers fan, you'll have seen. What he done this season was just tremendous. Fassi and Orense on the wing, I think is quite safe. I think it means that they both are not going to get the thrown in the deep end in terms of a defensive point of view at full back. A more experienced full back behind him, but yeah, not where. Look, Orense has played quite a bit on the wing, but Fassi's played basically the entire season at full back. But I think the Springbok management do very much see him as a wing. It's a very exciting back three. The question is, do you think they'll have license to do what they do?
I think they will. I think it's also clever in the sense of playing 3 fullbacks, essentially, because there will be an aerial battle. So, all of those players are really good under the high ball. So initially, that's a great start. And they're all great runners. Warwick Hunt is a brilliant playmaker. I think they'll have relative license. I think Warwick Hunt will probably just play make anyways, as it's so natural to him. But I think it's going to be very interesting to see. Curtly Orense is brilliant. He's sort of Aplon-esque. I really enjoy him. I'm keen to see him on the international stage. He really reminds me of an Aplon. I'm so keen to see that. Pelele Fassi, we've seen him on the wing before, just in small snippets with the Springboks. But I mean, first touch for the Springboks, and he scores against, it was Georgia, but he still scored a brilliant try. So I think they are going to light it up. I think they are very fast. They are brilliant runners. They have brilliant ball skills, and their aerial ability will be important come Saturday.
Yeah, I think the area and Dan Bigger very much said that, it's going to the kicking game is going to be very important because, I mean, look, they're all fullbacks, so they all should be. And it's actually very interesting the fact that we are playing 3 fullbacks in the same lineup. But the aerial battle will be interesting because they've got. I mean, Alex Cuthbert's come in for Josh Adams. You've got Reece Zammit, Liam Williams. You're talking about players who are pretty good in the air and pretty big as well. Their back 3 is bigger than our back 3, which you don't often sort of think when it comes to a Springbok. I mean, even if you look at Alex Cuthbert, for example, I think he stands at about 2 meters and he's about 110 kgs. They've got a very big back 3, so I think that aerial battle should be very interesting. And I think that for me, Fassi's biggest, and it's not even for me, I think everybody knows his biggest question mark is his defense, and that's why they sort of don't see him at fullback. But I do think it's going to be quite a sink or swim situation for these 3 because they are playing against a back 3 who are very large and playing very good rugby at the moment.
I think it's going to be. I think the most interesting part is Galant on the counter attack, because sort of any poor kicks, anything misplaced in that regard. I think he's very instinctual in that way, and he picks holes in the defensive line. He's got an absolutely brilliant offload. So I think Galant will be so key in making this back 3 all gel together. And I think he's going to have a stormer. He's just been brilliant the whole season. I can't see how he won't.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And it's not even just the form he's in; it's just the confidence he's playing with. Like he just looks like he's got more time on the ball. He's got an option. I mean, the offloads he's pulling off at the moment are disgusting. I mean, he's getting balls out which you didn't think was possible. So he is in the form of his life, and I've always said that he's the natural placement for Villarreal in terms of a playmaking fullback who can slot in at first receiver, who can find space in behind, kicks off both feet, which is a very nice thing to have. But so I mean, just in terms of looking at the Welsh squad and some of the matchups, it's the same starting lineup. The only difference is Alex Cuthbert has come in, a very big winger, a bit of a different player to sort of Josh Adams, who's not small but not as tall, for example. And then it basically is the same. It's the same side. So I don't think we're going to see much different from Wales. But based on what we saw last week, what do you think that this Bok team needs to be aware of, and what do you think they need to do well to try and nullify the Welsh side that we saw last weekend?
Well, I think the aerial battle is going to be absolutely key. They placed a lot of emphasis on that. They really got it right in the first half. They had us on the ropes. We didn't have any answers. I mean, we weren't executing some fundamentals, but I think we could do with a bit more dominance as set piece. We did manage to get it going, but we need to start quicker. In general, we start really, really slowly, and it's the slow poison, that they talk about, where the bomb squad comes in the second half and then we blow the opposition away. And if we're going to plan to defend the World Cup, if that's possible, then we need a at least 70 to 80 minute performance, because inevitably you do absorb pressure from the opposition. Every game in a sense is like that. You need 70 minutes of control to win the World Cup. And I think having Andre back will be very nice in that way. If we can respond better with our kicking game and put pressure on their defensive line and their back 3, with our 3 fullbacks chasing hard up the field and, getting them in isolated positions, and maybe later on in the second half, someone like Dion Fourie, getting over the ball, that kind of stuff. So I think our kicking game needs to be executed well. Our set piece needs to be executing from the start. And we just simply need to start better. It's as simple as that, because we just don't do that. And it's frustrating, because if we could string together more dominant performance from the outset, I think, then we're in a position to actually, dominate the world like we want.
I also think that we don't necessarily have the I mean, it's a bomb squad in terms of a 6-2 split, but in terms of the experience coming off the bench, it's not like it's the regulars. Jasper Wiese is not coming off the bench. Siya Kliese is not coming off the bench. We don't have the usual sort of 6 players who are going to come on and change the game in terms of players who've done it before. So it is still quite a fresh young bench. Ruan Okia on debut, Dion Free on debut, Renard Alstad's only played about 2 matches. And Stukum Kunu on debut, Grant Williams on debut. So it's definitely not a case of if things go badly, we throw in the experience and they'll be fine. So yeah, I think we do have to start well, because I think also it's maybe in a reverse thing. There's always been that sort of leeway in terms of if we do start badly, we've got the experience, we know we've got players who can affect the game later on in the match. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. You can't rely on the bench chasing this match on Saturday, because they are just as much in the deep end as the starting lineup is. You can't say, right, well, Chef, sorry, we've got an 18-point deficit, but Nstuku Nkunu, Renard Alstad, Dion Free, Grant Williams, Ruan Okia, with your 3 caps between the 5 of you, please go and win us a match. So that's quite an interesting concept, the fact that we don't have that leeway, that room. I think if we find ourselves 18-3 down, we don't come back this time, because I think that maybe we do, but it's obviously a hell of a lot harder than Kwaka Smith coming off the bench to the effect that he did, and somebody like Billy LaRue coming on and bringing on that leadership. Damian Willis is playing fantastic rugby, but he doesn't always he's not going to have the same calmness that Billy LaRue will have. Stephen Kitsoff, a very good leader, sort of coming on. He had lots of leadership coming on a week ago. So yeah, I think it's going to be very, very interesting. I'm going to start wrapping up there. So yeah, in terms of when we do wrap up, let's do a score prediction. What do you think is going to be the score this weekend? You either give a score or a team, and by how many points? Where are you sitting?
So I'm going to give a margin, because I'm not brave enough to give a score. Yeah. Look, I think there's a lot of exciting players on the field. I think it's very dependent on how they gel. I think it's dependent on set piece and how well we kick, and if we can get our aerial game more correct. So I'm gonna be relatively bold. I'm gonna call Springboks by 10. I think Andre Pollard is gonna have a brilliant game and control it all.
Okay, and second question. And this is funny, because this is becoming a bit of a habit. How many points do you think we're leaving out there from the kicking tee? Because I think I was looking at that on average in the last year. Apparently, we've left 8 to 10 points every single game out there on the field.
Oh,
do you think Pollard's going to get back to his 85-90%, or do you think we're going to be sitting there going leaving another 6 to 8 points out there this weekend?
Well, I really hope he gets it right, because that's one of the fundamentals we talk about. That's how you win big games, that's how you win test matches, and that's ultimately how you win World Cups. So I really hope he does. I believe in Andre. I just feel like he's a man for an occasion, and it's just this kind of responsibility and kickstart him, and sort of get him back to that level of calm and composure and confidence, that lovely blend that he used to have. I think he can get it back with all this responsibility. So I'm going to say Andre will miss at most one of his kicks.
Right, so Pollard to only miss one, Box by 10. Look, I mean, in terms of the idea of bringing back the general, his first time, I think Springbok captain number 63. So if there was ever a time to really start getting back to what he does best, it should be this weekend. Yeah, I think I'm sort of sitting at Box by 5 is sort of where I'm at. I might change it tomorrow when I do my official preview, but that's kind of where I'm sitting at. Dill, thanks so much for jumping on. Go enjoy the power that you now have. And we'll hopefully see you on a fan forum very soon.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Steve. It was lovely to chat.
All right, cool. And to everybody else, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. We are closing in on 13,000 subscribers. I think we only need another less than 300. So let's try and see if we can get there before Saturday. Apart from that, we'll be live tomorrow for our lunchtime show. And then we will obviously be live on Saturday for Ireland, New Zealand, England, Australia, and the Springboks versus Wales. Please do keep safe. Please do keep well. And we'll see you guys all very, very soon. Until then, goodbye.
Dan, just what you reflections from last week, and how have you lifted the boys this week to get up the second test?
Oh, it's been quite easy, guys. We've had a good week. The weather's been good, so that always helps getting out. And I just think there's been a huge. Admittedly, it was disappointing the way it sort of came to an end, but I think the confidence that the performance that we produced was quite easy to get back on the horse. The boys have been in good spirits, and really looking forward to this weekend to go one better, really.
Bloemfontein, are you expecting a similar atmosphere to draw in?
I hope so. It was, like I mentioned after the game, it was, for me, I can't think of many better places I played rugby than last Saturday in terms of the atmosphere and the crowd and everything that went with it. So we're hoping that it's going to be the same. It was quite nice. We enjoyed actually coming out. We got there about 10-15 minutes earlier. And I think the players quite enjoyed just getting out on the pitch, having 10-15 minutes of, I suppose, just soaking it up a little bit. So we're very much hoping that'll be the same this week, and obviously going to be a pretty big crowd up there. I think it's sold out as well. So just another chance for us to go and test ourselves against the world champions.
It's a different South African side. It's 14 starting changes, 19-23. Sir Gareth Edwards has said it's devaluing the series and disrespecting Wales. Do you believe that?
Oh no, not at all. You look at the players that they've picked. You'd almost say that the players that they've picked for this weekend are the real informed players in terms of currently. I know that the side that we played last weekend are renowned, experienced World Cup winners and all that, and the rest of that. But this team is, you've got Pollard at 10. Who's going to glue that a little bit better as well, you'd have thought. So they've got some real exciting form players in that team who, when you look at the team, look at the names, and when I saw that they made 14 changes, I was thinking, who are they going to bring in? And then you looked at the team sheet, and I don't expect this to be anything other than an incredibly tough game on Saturday. And for me, it doesn't, because it we make changes every autumn, don't we, in terms of when we play. Whether it's Georgia or Fiji or whoever it is. So for me, that's nothing in it for me. I think that South Africa have got their, they can pick who they want. So they're going to be very strong, whoever they put out.
Andre Pollard at 10, the captain as well this weekend. You've had some duels in the past. What does he bring, and what does he bring in the leadership role?
Look, extremely experienced player. Does the basics very well. Just settles the team down. I think he just gives them a focal point, really, and I think there's a notable difference when he doesn't play. So I think that's almost the biggest compliment you can give him, really. He's going to make sure that they play in the right areas, wealth of experience, just do the basics really well, and when you play against him, you have to be very, very good, and you have to try and keep your error rate down against him, because he's a type of player who punishes errors, and that's what we focused on this week.
Comfortable with your tactical approach last week, then?
Absolutely. I thought we were good value for our lead at half time. Admittedly, probably we just let them back in with. We spoke about this week. We made probably in the build up to the first couple of tries they scored. I think we made 6 errors on the bounce, which against a team like South Africa just coughs up field position, coughs up possession, and you're under the pump in the driving line in particular, and that's something that we've got to make sure we're better at. So. It'll be very, very similar from our end this week. We're looking to move the ball around when we can, take our opportunities, play in the right areas. But absolutely, I think we were pretty much spot on the money with our approach last week. Just a couple of key moments we didn't quite get right.
There was a lot of talk last week about, obviously, the last time you played was against Italy. I want to talk about putting pride back in your jersey. I know, knowing your attitude, I know obviously you still lost the game, but the performance certainly did that.
Yeah, I think so. I think. Probably all of you guys sitting here probably didn't quite expect that, and in a way I think we didn't surprise ourselves, because we believed in what we were doing. But I think it gave, like I said to Gar, it gave boys, the performance has given us a real boost this week. I think if we'd have, like I said, I mentioned that it's a really important start in a series, or getting the first one, a good performance or a result in the first one, and I think that's going to give us a load of confidence going into this week, and hopefully into a decider in a week's time.
Historically, that hasn't always been the case with Wales.
Yeah.
In the campaign. What was the difference then?
I really believe that I believe that where we played last Saturday made a real difference for us. I think it was one of those games where we didn't. It was a real treat almost for us, you know. So I know, like you said, we've always needed a bit of time to get going in previous campaigns, but I thought that really helped us. I thought we had a real edge to us, and we make no apologies for that, for trying to get sort of amongst South Africa, under their skin a little bit, and turn it into a bit of a scrap as well, because we're well aware that if we just gift them everything and roll over and sort of be whiter than white, then you're going to come off second best quite comfortably. So I think that was a good approach from us to have a real edge to us, and just really enjoyed the atmosphere last weekend. And I think that's something, again, like I mentioned to Garth, we want to try and replicate and build on that. So for us, it was a really good start. Disappointing the way it ended, but a really positive start for us to build on for the next couple of weeks.
Any other questions?
Hi there. Last week we came so desperately close to actually putting it over the line. You've had now an entire week to review where the mistakes were and where the errors were. What are you targeting to correct this weekend? And I know the bot team is now completely different, but you must still see chances in that structure to attack. Where were those areas weak?
Yeah, I think to answer first part of the question, we've targeted a little bit of our discipline. Was I think we lost the penalty count 19. I think it was 19 we gave away in the end. So you're always going to be under a little bit of pressure when you give that many penalties away, rightly or wrongly. So I think from our point of view, that's a big thing, and not doubling up on errors. I think we spoke a big focus for us this week is if we make an error or concede a penalty, the next phase of play is really important for us, because if you double up or treble up, then you're in a bit of trouble against this team. And then to answer the second part of your question, I really believe that the team we're playing on Saturday is probably a team which is a little bit more match sharp, because they've been playing probably a little bit more. You look at, in particular, say 12 is, obviously playing in the Prem. He's been the form player in the Premiership, so it's not as if they've managed to swap a World Cup winner and a brilliant player in Dialande out for Esterhazen coming in. It certainly doesn't weaken them. So I think you look at there's lots of changes to the team, but I honestly don't believe that many of the changes weaken their side. I really believe that. So I think from our point of view, we're almost more wary, because we're not quite sure, perhaps as much as we know exactly what sort of, perhaps your Am and Dialande, or your Pippi and Colby and things like that. We know more about those players as well, so it's a little bit more. We're probably a little bit more cautious this week, and aware that they're in really good form players as well. But there's no doubt that if we can play in the right areas, look to put South Africa under pressure as we did in that first half, then there will be opportunities and there will be sort of cracks in their defence for us to exploit.
Is the kicking game going to be more important this week, especially with that many back three?
Yeah. There's some dangerous boys back there, isn't there? So, it will be important. But I thought Kieran Hardy was excellent last week in terms of his control from 9, in terms of his accuracy from his box kicking in particular. I thought we controlled the area of the field fairly well. So, like I said, that's always important when you play any South African side, but counter that with I suppose the excitement and the pace that they've got in that back three for this weekend. It's even more important, yeah.
And then finally, just for me, you guys had a good time of it at the breakdown. Probably, as you say, with form players that are coming in and because they're to work, probably going to have to work harder this week. And after seeing that team, do you think that is agreeable with you?
Yeah, I thought, like you said, we had some good success at the. I thought Tommy Reffel on debut was excellent, wasn't he? In terms of shone really well for us. But like you said, I think you look at the back row that they've picked again, is probably more of a threat over the ball, possibly a bit more dynamic as well from Pretoria Test. So again, it's just one of those where again we've seen probably slightly less of those types of players, but what they are is they're players which are in really good form for their clubs and coming in with tons of confidence. So we're going to have to make sure we're better there. And we put in a really good showing last week. In my opinion, I think we're going to have to improve probably 10-15% to get anything out of Saturday.
Okay, we've got time for 2 more questions over Bata and then.
But then I know you spoke at length about, you know, the excitement of playing at Loftus and so on. Do you feel as if this tour was timely for the team itself, for your team, and the guys finding themselves looking after a horrid?
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, I think it would have been. It's kind of we knew that what we were facing in terms of the team we were facing, the opposition, the players, but where we were playing as well. I think it really suited us, like I mentioned to Matt there. I think it really suited us to be in a hostile environment, backs against the walls, with a real excitement of playing there. So I think it's, like you said, it's come at a good time for us to roll our sleeves up. And I said to the boys before the game, I said, you know, we need just to soak up the atmosphere, and sometimes that's all you need is a couple of extra percent to just focus the mind, focus your body a little bit more, and get really excited and want to, and I suppose want to put that little bit extra in. So it's come at a really good time for us, and hopefully it's, like I said, it's the same again in Bloemfontein this weekend, and we can make it really exciting and a little bit more enjoyable in the last couple of minutes.
Okay, and final question.
Yeah, when you look at the back division that you will be in charge of, and you look at what that Andre will be in charge of, do you feel that you may have the edge from a continuity perspective? Because as you rightly said, that you may have played against Andre and JC individually, but they haven't played together as a group, and the same would be very much applicable for the back row, for the outside backs.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. I think what you've got probably in our team, we've got, like you said, players who've played with a lot with each other over the years. But I think what you've got in the South African back division is not just, I suppose, just hand-picked players who are just chucked in and given a cap. They're pretty decent players in their own right. So when you put some good players together under obviously a very good coaching setup, which South Africa have, then they're going to be pretty organised and pretty switched on and form players anyway. So I don't see that being too much of an issue for them. I think again, it'll start up front. If we can put them on the back foot and make life difficult for sort of their 9 and 10 to be able to control things, then maybe that will come into it a little bit more. Whereas if we don't quite get it right and we get sort of bulldozed a little bit and give them quite an easy day, then that continuity issue won't be a problem for them when they've got such good players in the ranks.
Just talk about Andre says in particular. You'd have seen a lot of it in the UK. It was absolutely immense for Harlequin. So what do you think he brings to the Boks team that's slightly different from a Andre Pollard, not to Pollard, a David Jenny that you've seen really play?
He's got an unbelievable kicking game. In fairness, he's got a huge left peg. So that's going to help at altitude again on Saturday. That's going to be a huge weapon for them. But I think what he does, he just, especially when he plays for Quins, he's their go for. Quins play with quite a lot of sort of passes and continuity and move the ball quite a lot. But what they've got in him is they've got a guy who can get them over the gain line, which makes life easier however you want to play. So I'd agree. I think that what he's going to bring is a couple of little subtle differences from playing in Quins. He's used to playing with some sort of quick guys with good footwork and good hands and things. So I think it'll suit them playing him on Saturday with the players they picked around him. And like I said, his kicking game is really impressive as well from a 12.
Okay, thanks all.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. South Africa versus Wales. Springboks taking on Wales in the second test match. Kickoff is in about 50 odd minutes. Starts officially at 5:05 South African Standard Time, so plenty of time to still sort of really gear up towards what is said to be a pretty epic clash. And a clash which I think is going to be very interesting for several reasons, because, you know, first of all, it's a Welsh side looking to try and win a series on South African soil for the first time basically ever, or in like 100 years or whatever it was. And for today, particularly a Springbok side with a lot of debutants trying to sort of make a mark and trying to sort of prove that they are not a second string side or that they deserve that they cap stuff like that, and a lot of pressure players or pressure on certain players in terms of players who have been in terrific form, but now we need to sort of see what that form can do. So it should be an absolutely epic clash. So the first time Andre Pollard will captain the box. He'll become Springbok captain number 63, I believe it is. Yeah, 14 changes made to the South African starting lineup, which is pretty unprecedented. And yeah, I think it's a very consistent Welsh side in terms of not too many changes being made there. Very much backing the experience and sort of the team that almost got over the line last week. So sort of interested to see how both of them go. And I think that we should be in for a pretty intense contest, because I think that, you know, Wales will take so much heart out of the fact that they came so close last week against South Africa, whilst the Boks are a team that didn't really play last week, but very much a team that is out to prove that they should be playing next week. And I think that's sort of the biggest thing, isn't it? Is the fact that you are now playing for your next appearance. You know, you can't rest on your laurels. You're now getting an opportunity here to play. But if you don't play well today, you're not going to get a chance next week. So this is your time to try and sort of prove that you should be in the system and you should be given more opportunities moving forward. We've got a poll running in the comments. We've already got 1,300 people who have gone and voted for it. So continue voting there. And then we've also got we'll do some score predictions when it gets a bit closer to the match itself. And yeah, we're gonna look at the lineups very quickly and sort of what they can what we can sort of expect from some of the lineouts and some of the big matchups today. We're going to look at a little bit about the sort of individual battles and where we need the Springboks to be a lot better. There's quite a lot to talk about in the next hour. So yeah, first of all, I want to know where you are watching from. Let's see. Last week we basically ticked off every single continent in the world. So yeah, where are you watching from? Put it in the comments. Let me know who you're supporting. Let's get the chat going. Let's start building up towards a match-defining. I saw a series-defining match is the word I'm looking for. And what is yet to be a pretty epic clash in Bloemfontein, a stadium which I think Trevor was saying that they call it the graveyard, basically, which is quite ominous and quite a hectic thing to sort of. I mean, imagine sort of coming by and saying, right, we're playing at the graveyard, like that's sort of reputation. So yeah, it's quite hectic. And hopefully that we can kind of live up to that expectation and really put in a performance worthy of nicknaming the stadium that. Just trying to sort a few things out. But yeah, for those that were asking, no, we are not going to show the game. It is incredibly illegal to show the game, so please don't bother asking because we cannot. Yeah, obviously we'd love to show the game, but unless you, I mean, it would be the end of the channel if we were to show the game. So yeah, we cannot show any match footage, unfortunately. But where we at? So somebody's name from South Africa. Thailand supporting the Boxers, Sean Barnard. North Korea, apparently a 7 SWAT. Yeah, did we watch the rugby earlier? We've had quite an intense day of rugby. We had Ireland beating New Zealand. We've had England beating Australia. All the away sides have won today. France beating Japan. So, you know, aiming to be the first side, or first home side of the day to go and win. And then obviously we've also got Scotland versus Argentina later, which should be quite a cool match to watch. We won't be live for it, but yeah, pretty excited to watch that match as well. Yeah, so in terms of the lineups, shall we have a look? I suppose 14 changes to the starting lineup, 19 changes to the match at all. This is how the Boks will be lining up today. All right, so that is how we are lining up today. Lots and lots of exciting matchups, and I think, for me, probably the loose trio is probably the big one that sort of stands out in terms of players who are very much have got an opportunity to make a big difference today. I think that there are players who are all on the fringes, really, in terms of potential ticket to the World Cup, but players who very much have not solidified that sort of prospect. I mean, you've got players like Evan Lewis on debut, Marcel Garcia being recalled back into the setup for the first time in many years. You then got somebody like Renat Alstad, who hasn't really impressed as much as he would have liked to when he has had opportunities in the box shirt. Somebody like Dion Fries making his debut at 35 years old. So I think that the loose trio for me is probably like where there's the most competition. I think somebody like Ruan Nokia, Salman Murat, they've got an opportunity to try and find their way within the sort of final locks that we will have. But I think also, we've got quite some exciting outside backs. And Kurtley Aronson and Apple Lefasti getting an opportunity today, as well as Watchalong. And we are looking for sort of the next generation. I think, Ches and Colby still has quite a few years ahead of him, but we will need to look to replace Validaroo and Michael Pimpy quite soon. So, in terms of the next, who will be the next generation? Who will be the next, starters or sort of first choice players? There's a lot to play for in terms of getting yourself on the fast track. And I think, there's also quite a lot of competition in terms of scrum off, in terms of your second choice scrum off, because I think Herschel Yankees is under a bit of pressure in terms of maybe not playing his best rugby at the moment. So I think Jaden Hendrickson and Grant Williams have a very good opportunity this weekend to, put their name in the hat and say that, we are worth investing in. No Kubas Radach at the moment because he's currently injured. So there are opportunities here for people. What I am trying to work out is why Validaroo is in his full warm-up kit and running around with strapping and stuff like that. I'm trying to work. I haven't seen any official announcement that anybody's missed out, so I'm hoping it's just a precautionary thing. But yeah, he does seem to be running around with the. I mean, the rest of the squad is obviously there, but everybody else seems to be in their tracksuits and stuff like that. Whereas Validaroo seems to be in like his proper warm-up kit, which is a bit weird. I mean, unless he's running water and stuff like that. I'll be interested to see who it is actually, because there's often a player that runs water, and especially when you there's so many players who aren't playing. But I haven't seen anything. There's been no announcement or anything like that about it. So yeah, which players are we looking forward to watching today? So Mark Junior says he's from Whitney, Oxfordshire, and United Kingdom. VUT Zarko says Russ and Estes are going to be wild. Thomas Luke says Nokia, good Springbok team. Yeah, so I think that again, something like Andre Estes, who probably didn't think he'd be part of the setup at this stage a year ago, has had an absolutely sublime season in the Premiership and has found himself in the Bok camp once again. And there's always been this sort of concept and this idea that the Springbok management don't pick on form, which I think was probably a little bit harsh. But they're a setup that preferred that there are certain players that they trust, but they have for the first time in quite a while named a very much enlarged squad, and they are giving this squad an opportunity, and they're going to back them as well. And I must admit to being quite surprised that we did see so many changes so quickly. I thought that we might, everybody kind of sort of assumed that we would try and win the series and then look to maybe give players a chance in Cape Town next weekend. I don't think anybody, predicted us making these wholesale changes so quickly and giving these guys a complete go. So yeah, I think it's endeared the Bok fans the Bok coaches rather quite a lot to the fans by saying that, they're willing to give a go, they're willing to take a risk and to give these guys, a chance. And I think it's a really good move. I think it's a very smart move because whatever happens tonight, they can hold their heads up and say, well, you wanted us to give people chances. We gave them a chance. Some of them took it, some of them didn't. And if it goes badly, then it gives them more sort of justification to select, kind of the old guard or the more sort of traditional team that often plays. So it's kind of like a win-win-win situation. I don't think there's really much of a lose situation today unless we get absolutely pumped. But I don't think we will. I think this team has very much got the talent to be good enough. And I think that they've got the temperament. The question sort of comes in that can some of these players adapt to a Springbok setup quite quickly? Because Evan Lewis plays a very different type of rugby to what a normal Springbok number 8 would. Much the same as somebody like who was going to say? Grant Williams, for example. Very much like off-the-cuff type player, plays with a lot of instinct, whereas Jaden Henderson, for me, is very much fits the mold of a Springbok scrum half. So he's got a big opportunity today, especially starting to sort of hold his head up. I think that, Curtly Arendse, Apele Fassi are players who... I mean, Curtly Arendse, for example, said he never expected to be in the Springbok setup so quickly in his career. So the question is, can he make the step up? Is he ready for this level? So there's quite a lot of question marks. And Apele Fassi is somebody who people keep saying should be starting at full back. Again, I'm not convinced, but if he can put in a big performance today and defensively be very sound and be pretty good under the high ball, then that becomes quite easy to start justifying. I think that Watchalong is the form fullback within the squad, and I think today he's got an opportunity to say, I should be starting. I should be your number 1 pick for fullback. You can have Damien Willemse as your reserve, sort of number 23 player who can come in and do things, but I am your reliable fullback. I can dislodge Villaroo in that position. So, yeah, there's quite a lot of sort of different sort of intricacies to it. I mean, Trevor Nyakane, for example, is somebody who didn't find himself in what you might have called the regular 23 last season, but I do think that he was probably our best prop last year. So, he's got a big opportunity to put his head up. So I'm now seeing that Franco Master there as well warming up. So I think there's obviously just a couple of extra players who are warming up just in case things potentially do go wrong. Because Franco Master is not supposed to be in the 23 today, neither is Willie LaRue, so that kind of answers that. But where are we at? What are people saying here? So a lot of people are talking about Marcel Coetzee. Very excited to see him. Yusra says, I'm excited for the changes. We need fresh blood in. Blue Tick says, surprise is an understatement. Almost 13,000 subscribers. I can tell you right now, we are currently sitting at 12,000. We're very close. 12,952. So if 48 people of you, one of you, the counter here is a little bit slow. I'll see if I can refresh it. But yeah, if 48 people can quickly subscribe, and there must be 48. I'm telling you right now, there's a lot more than 48 of you people who aren't subscribed. If you guys want to just quickly subscribe and get us over that 13,000 before kickoff, that would be much obliged. Because, I mean, it's a bit of a pain in the ass that we're not there, I mean, it's just poor form, I think. It's very poor that we're not quite there yet. I'm just trying to work out, I need to refresh the sub count. Let's see if we refresh it, I want to see if it will correct itself. PSF's toy, drop down, give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 59, 58, 57. Right, let's see if it corrects itself. No, okay, so still a little bit lagging behind. Yeah, so we're actually sitting at 12,000. Where's my account gone? 12,978, 12,984, 16 people. And I know there are 16 people of you. Come on, let's go. Come on, 13,000, there it is, 13 more. We're not going to continue our build-up until we see it. So come on, there's 13 people that aren't subscribed. Where are you? Speak now, forever hold your peace. 3 more. And we are, next update, I reckon we're going to get there. And we're good! Over 30,000 subscribers. You people are pretty flipping incredible. In fact, I mean, I'd like to push for 14,000 by the end of the day. So, and it's climbing. See, we're 13,012. Can we get to 14,000 subscribers today? Could you imagine? It would be very flipping cool if we could. So yeah, keep bringing in those subs, and let's keep growing it. I mean, come now, guys. Surely, with G-Man no longer being around, unfortunately, and he would have been loving this stuff. I don't think there's currently a South African YouTube channel that has more than 20,000 subs, and we could be the first. I say we because it is very much team effort. Right, so that's Billy, and I'm seeing Franco running around there with the buggers. Anybody else who's just warming up over there? For shits and gigs. What are we saying? Thomas Luke says Pollard's been out of form, and today is a big day for him in the box because if he doesn't play well, we will then have a crisis at fly half. You're very much correct, sir. Bloemfontein Stadium looks like a European stadium, everything on top of the field. Interesting concept, actually. It's quite a cool stadium. I've actually never watched rugby there. I've only watched football there, which is weird. But I remember watching a World Cup match there when Fana beat France. Banging. Steele says, let's get him to 13k. Well, now we're going to have to rephrase that. Let's get him to 14k because we're long past 13k already. What do you think the score will be? We'll do score predictions in a little bit. The game will start about half an hour. Thank you for subscribing, people. The story is going. Musketeer Estaism will carry all day, 100%. I hope Bruce has an amazing game. He has too much potential, says Dave. Cheers, have a celebration, Dorp. Yeah, well, I'm going to put on the Wayne Pivac press conference. And because I thought it was quite an interesting one to see what he had to say about the team. And whilst I'm doing that, I'm going to stock up on the beer. So when we come back, we're going to have a beer check. You know, I'm going to see if you guys have a beer, if I've got a beer, who's got the beers. Aiden Henderson doesn't have 3 caps. It's very cool the fact that they've got all their caps and stuff like that. So I'm telling you now that Aiden Henderson doesn't have 3 caps. He's got 2 caps. Yeah, damn right. Yeah, so game starts at 5:05. So yeah, I'm going to put on the Wayne Pivac press conference. And when I return, we're going to chat about what we're drinking. Asking the real questions on the channel, you know. It's all about who's drinking what booze and why. But until then, this is what Wayne Pivac had to say ahead of this clash. In the press conference earlier, it was actually a very interesting press conference. He's given these guys a lot of respect. And I think he's expecting quite a big challenge. So here's what he had to say earlier in the week.
Wayne, one starting change, Alex Cuthbert in, Josh Adams. Can you just explain why?
Yeah, probably the two we went with in the first test were the 2 fittest, and we've probably got the 2 fittest now for this test. Alex comes in, he's got a lot of height. We expect there to be some aerial battles going on, so we think he might just give us an edge in that area of the game.
He's come back with his back and hamstrings. Are they been a problem that he's had?
Well, he's certainly got the volume into him now, and we're really happy with him. Full of running, fresh, so expecting a big work rate from the back 3.
Josh Adams last week played. He had a lot of heavy strapping on his leg. How is he?
Yeah, leg's fine. Leg's fine. He had strapping on other parts of his body as well. So, look, he got through the game, and he'll play some part off the bench this weekend.
And he will cover the centre, looking at the makeup of the squad.
Yeah, back 3 and the midfield. Midfield didn't get a lot of as much rugby as in a lot of other test matches last week, and we're not sure whether it'll be the same way or not. But certainly the back 3 had a big work rate.
Sam Wainwright comes on the bench. Obviously, Thomas Francis has gone home. Hasn't had a lot of top flight rugby. What have you seen of him since he's come into the Wales squad? Yeah,
we looked long and hard at the tight heads available. You know, when we looked at bringing the extra prop in, or in the initial selection when Leon was out, and Sam's one that we think has a big future in the game. Look, I think you know, it's a big ask for any of the props we would have put in there. Sam has trained really well. He's enjoying every minute of his time with us, and look, if he gets on the park and has his debut, it'll be fantastic for him and his family.
And when Jones comes in on the bench, was that similar to Alex Cuthbert you said last week, an extra week of volume into him? Yeah,
it was. We had a lot of guys coming off no rugby and some injuries, and it was about getting the balance right the first week. Looking ahead to the second week, we think this is a good balance.
Springboks have made 14 changes, 19 in the matchday squad. Sir Gareth Edwards says it's disrespecting Wales and devaluing the series. Do you believe it's disrespecting Wales and devaluing the series?
No, look, I think from our point of view, it's a big focus on how we can improve from the last test match. We're in a different part of the cycle, really. We're at the end of our season, they're at the start of theirs. They'll have their reasoning. Look, they've got depth and quality throughout their squad and some experience in this team, so we're certainly not taking them lightly at all. There are players there playing with an opportunity to impress for the third test, so we know they'll come out strongly and represent their country like anyone in that jersey. So for us, it's around what we can control, and that's our performance.
What are your feelings after last weekend? It was so close. How did how did you reflect on that?
Yeah, look, in reviewing the game, you know, probably one of the plays of the match got penalised, and that was Louis Rees-Sammet's excellent cover tackle, and then his clear release and work over the ball to earn a penalty. They scored a try off that, and we were down to another player. So look, that was a big moment in the game for us and very disappointing. But certainly we have to put all that behind us. Boys have worked really hard again this week, as they did for the first test. And look, we can go in there knowing that I don't think we could do much else to prepare for this test match. So yeah, we've put the disappointment of last week behind us, and we're excited about the opportunity to go again.
And what do you expect from similar atmosphere to Pretoria?
100%. Yeah, it's talking to some people. We've got an advanced crew that are up there now, and people are buzzing. They haven't had a test match there for a few years, so we expect it to be another great atmosphere and one which we're looking forward to.
Players used to the altitude now?
Yeah, look, coming over when we did, I think it's paid dividends. I think everyone's very much acclimatised and looking forward to just getting out there now. Thank you.
We all know what Alex went through earlier in his career in Wales. Came back for you, scored a try against Fiji, probably player of the match in Twickenham. How have you found him working?
He's been excellent. He talks openly and looks back at his career to date, and he knows he's a much better rugby player now with the experience he's had. And I think playing outside of Wales, he really enjoyed. And he's back now, and he's thriving being in the environment.
How close was the call at hooker? Because I get the impression Dowie's a little bit of a caged animal on the bench.
Yeah, look, he's doing a great job for us coming off the bench. The fine arts of the game and scrummaging, that sort of thing, I think Ryan at the moment has just got the nod. And look, it's great competition, and Sam Parry in the background is working very, very hard, putting as much pressure he can on those two. So that's what we want. We want that across all positions in the squad, and we're trying to build depth, and certainly hooker is one where there's a lot of competition.
Just on Sam Wainwright, how has John Humphreys had to sit down with him a little bit more than other props perhaps? Has he had information coming in about what he can expect?
Sam has been, as you'd expect, like a young player coming in. He's like a sponge, he's just soaking up the information. He's having a lot of conversations obviously with John and the experienced players that will be in and around him. So look, he's really looking forward to the opportunity, and I think once he's out there, he'll give it everything he's got. I've got no doubt about that.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, please.
The Springboks have always been sort of viewed as a very certain unit that doesn't make too many changes. This time around, when you saw 14 changes, what was the reaction like from within the Welsh camp? And did you factor at all a situation where now you have the team with so many changes? Are that cause better and worse?
Yeah, so for us, we're not really sure what might be coming. So there's a lot of players there that haven't played together for a while. So for us, it's really a matter of focusing on what we're going to bring to the game, and hopefully, that's going to be a lot more discipline than last week, because we let ourselves down clearly in that area of the game, and to hold South Africa as close as we did, as long as we did with a penalty count the way it was. I think that's a testament to some of the good work we did do. Look, it's for me, when a coach does what South Africa have done, it's for me, I look at it, it's a big pat on the back for a squad. He's showing confidence in his squad. And obviously if you can get a result by using your whole squad across a series like this, then you're in a pretty good space, and they're obviously backing their players.
You mentioned that the combination on a this new Springbok team has been put out. Last week the Welsh side looked very, very strong. Do you feel like now that you're coming with a more central team and the Springbok side are trying a few combinations that gives you the edge going into Saturday's test?
Well, certainly we're happy to not have too many injuries. Just Thomas Francis, who was very unlucky last weekend. So we've got a pretty settled team. From our point of view, we're happy with that. But we do know the team that is coming up, that'll be coming against us, will be full of enthusiasm. When you give rugby players an opportunity, most of the time they'll take it with both hands. And we're expecting a South African team full of ambition, full of intensity in the way they play the game, and we know that they'll be coming with one thing in mind only, and that is to win a test match.
Just last on my side, is there something to the thinking of not moving to the particular person why you stay here on this side to prepare more on this side, but to go and beat to the other side without coming back much?
Yeah, look, from our end, this facility here has been fantastic. It can accommodate us. Where we're going to is a little bit smaller, so it's not probably ideal, but we're going to a smaller town, and so that's to be expected. Look, we've fit in really, really well. We've been well looked after, and look, we know we'll enjoy our time in Bloemfontein. Thank you.
Okay, yes.
When you look at the backs in particular, you talk of the combinations going back to South Africa at the moment. Do you feel that do you have a very decent advantage now in the back division when you look at the experience that you guys have with that?
Oh, we've probably had a few more days to prepare than that particular backline that we'll be up against. But you just got to look at the experience in the backline though with Jesse Creel, Mr. Hazen. But they are very, very good players. They're very experienced players. You know, the world-class number 10 drops back in there, so but we expect them to settle in pretty early in this game, and we expect it to be another big arm wrestle, and hopefully, you know, we can just front up and do our part.
Okay, what do you make of Ntutuko Mchunu? I know that he's been there in the bench, but what do you, and you talked at length about South Africa's different. What do you make of the young prop who's been playing for the Sharks on the bench for the Springboks?
Well, we haven't focused on too many individuals, to be quite honest. It's really about our performance, because if you look deeply into our performance, you know, 18-3 up was a game that we felt we should have won. So we've really looked hard at our own performance and pulled that to bits, and then looked at what we need to bring this week to be successful. You know, we can't really gauge the South African team because the team we're playing wasn't the 15 that we played last week. So for us, it's really been about getting our own house in order and making sure that we hit this. We can start as well as we can as we did last week, and that's certainly going to be our aim.
Okay, any more questions or no? Right, Alex Bywater, we can do one off the line if you can get off mute and we can hear you.
Hi Wayne, it's Alex. Hope you can hear me all right. I just wondered, have you had any feedback from World Rugby on some of those key decisions you talked about, learning from the discipline and the cards? Have you had feedback on some of those ones?
Yes, we have. I mentioned Louis Rees-Zammit. I think that was the most unlucky play in the match. Clearly, from our point of view, we thought it was excellent play, and it was a big moment in the game. So look, that was a little bit frustrating, but we know that there are areas in the game which we need to improve on in terms of our discipline. But we felt also that there were some things that didn't quite go our way. So we've put that behind us. We've got the learnings from that. We've spoken about the areas of the game that we need to tighten up on in terms of our discipline. So hopefully we can make sure that we achieve that in the second test.
Right, so there it is. Wales coach Wayne Pivac talking about the clash. It was Thursday, in fact, that he gave an interview. But yeah, we are getting pretty close to kickoff in just less than 20 minutes' time. All getting very exciting, stuff like that. The good news is, I've got beer. I found beer, people. I found beer. I was actually organized this week, so you know we are now ready to just send it. You know, we are full sending it. We are Apple Fassi on the wing sending it. You know, Evan Lewis through a gap sending it. I don't know what other sending it's we can do. But the question is, wait. Ah, what a sound. What a sound. The question is, who's joining me? Am I drinking alone? Am I that weird guy drinking in like a study by himself, behind like with a green screen, and like, am I just a weird guy doing it by myself, or are people actually joining me? Like who's with me here, or am I just being a weird guy? What's the general consensus? Who's drinking what? But cheers, people. We are sitting at 13,128, which means we're actually firmly on the road to 14,000. I wonder if we could do 15,000 by the end of the Welsh series. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it be? Imagine 15k by the time we get the All Blacks. But so cheers to you, people. Let's try and push and keep these subs going, because I think that we've got. I think we can get to 15,000 by the end of August, I reckon, latest. Who knows? Maybe we'll be sitting at 17, 18 by end of the year. But people, cheers. Let's have a lekker stream, a lekker match. Come on the box. Come on the box. Let's go to Boca. But cheers. Right, people, in terms of how to watch the games, I'm seeing a lot of people asking about that. Check the description. There are no free-to-air broadcasts showing the game, unfortunately. So the cheapest and the most reliable way, because you never ever trust illegal streams, because, well, first of all, they're legal. Second of all, they're very unreliable. So your best bet in terms of how to watch the game is to go and download ExpressVPN. You can use as I said, there's a link in the description that gives you a special offer, and I use ExpressVPN to watch a lot of different rugby all around the world. sometimes with ExpressVPN you can watch international matches for free, for example. So I know last year we were watching, I think we watched Australia versus Springboks on an Australian free-to-air broadcaster. So that's what I'm saying. Get your year of ExpressVPN, and then you can try and watch different rugby, and you don't actually have to subscribe anyway and stuff like that, which is very cool. But for this particular series, I recommend going and getting a Flow Rugby subscription. You can do it on a month-to-month basis, so you don't have to sign up for like 12 months or whatever. You can just do this month. It'll give you all the Irish versus All Black games. It'll give you the Bok games, Scotland versus Argentina, England versus Australia. It'll also have the Rugby Championship as well, so you can get the All Blacks games as well. So that is the way that I recommend doing it. A lot of people were doing it for last week, and they said it worked really well for them. So that would be my suggestion about what to do to make sure you can watch the match. Because the last thing you want to be doing is sitting there whilst the match action is going on, not being able to watch it. So that is how Peter Steph's toy with the step after pretty poor handling. Yeah, so I'm seeing somebody saying he's having a Castle Light. We haven't started yet, so there is no score, Chief. As you can see on the screens, 5:05 is when the game will kick off, which is in 15-minute time. I've got a really good feeling about the stream. I think we're in for a big stream. I think we're in for a big match. I think we're going to be in. I think it's going to be one of those really cool like landmark sort of afternoons where Bok Reserve team is going to be sensational and just do the business. The stream's going to be sensational. You guys are going to do the business. Yeah, I've got a really good feeling about this. Lots of Welsh fans in the stadium, which is cool to see. The weather looks like an absolute cracker of a day down in Bloem. There's load shedding, and yet we're still going because that's how dedicated we are to the cause. So I think we're in for a cool day. Yeah, that's what I reckon. I was going to ask. Should we do some score predictions? Let's get some score predictions in. I want to know what you guys think the score is going to be. I was saying, there's Big Trev. I was saying, in terms of score predictions earlier in the week, I think I was going Boks by 5-7. I wasn't saying a big margin by any means. I do think that this team can win this game. I still think that they can win this game, so hopefully they can get the business done. So let's get some score predictions. Let me know what you think the score is going to be down in the comments below. Please do keep subscribing. As I said, we're sitting on almost 13,200, so we're well on the way towards the 14,000 mark. In terms of the order, obviously we're going to have the Watchalong, and then immediately after the Watchalong, in about 10 minutes after the game, we will then have the player rating show. Basically, what happens with the player rating show is we do a 1 to 10 rating of every single player that played today, and basically what happens is that the website will aggregate all the scores and kind of comes up with an average score, what everybody reckons the player played. So like in Upper Fast you could have like a 6 out of 10 match, or a 8 out of 10 match, or a 2 out of 10 match. So we do all of that after the game, which is really fun. And yeah, and then obviously we'll have the Welsh press conference out tonight. We're going to try and get the Bok press conference out as well. We're going to see what we can do with regards to that. So keep monitoring the channel, because yeah, unfortunately I can't be at the press conference. So obviously I'm here with you guys, but yeah, in general we try to bring you as many press conferences as we can. There are some new members, so a big thank you to Lance May, Mario van Westhuizen, and Hagen Buerta for the latest member people who have joined the Forever Sports Members Club. I really do appreciate the support. Basically, the Members Club is just a small monthly subscription, which really helps the channel keep going. We're really grateful to our members who help support the channel. And basically, everything that, obviously, the more subscribers we get, the more members we get. If we get sponsored, stuff like that, all it is makes this channel a lot better. People who've been here for a long time, will know that we've been upgrading the studio. We've now got a data feed, which means we've got a little match tracker, which shows you where the games, where everything's happening. We want to be able to bring you guys the best experience. If we can start getting more funding, we can start traveling around with the team itself and bringing you really cool coverage from behind the scenes stuff. So all that kind of thing happens, and a lot of it's due to the support we get from our members and our subscribers, because obviously, all the views and stuff like that help. But yeah, so a really big thank you to all our members. If you'd like to become a member, It is the pinned comment over pinned link there is also in the description as well. There's 2 membership options to become a Forever Sports member, or else you can become a super member, basically a super fan. But we really do appreciate all those guys, like Elise DeVet. There's no member of the Forever Sports Members Club. Right, I'm seeing a couple of score predictions. Stefan is drinking a black label in Botswana. Got bots. Alex reckons the Boks will win 28-15. Let me know if the volume is okay. It should be alright. It's looking okay on my side. Let me know if there are any issues on your guys' side. Willems going Boks 27, Wales 15. Mark Judy's going Boks by 5 or 10. Yeah, I'm also kind of sitting. That's where I'm kind of sitting at it as well. I do think we can win this match more than. I don't think the Boks are a side that score that many points, but we just generally also don't concede that many points. So it's a big game. It's a big game, and I think it's all going to come down to how quickly this team can gel. If this team gets off well and starts playing good rugby up front, then I think that we will be highly, highly competitive. Big potential issue is Angus Gardner, the referee, 37-year-old from Sydney, Australia, was obviously the referee a year ago, and in that sort of controversy, he's being assisted by Matthew Carley, Andrea Piardi, and Brett Conan is the TMO. We do not have a particularly good record with Angus Gardner as a referee. I think we've only won 1 out of 3 matches where he has blown the game. So, yeah, let's hope that doesn't actually become much of a factor, but it is always interesting. Neil Fenton, the Let's Burst to the Forever Sports Members Club. Thanks so much, Neil. Welcome. Edward's going Boks by 12. Davidas Saru saying, unpopular opinion, Boks to lose by 3. Aladdin Rahim saying 27-15 to the Boks. I've been here. I was about to say that sort of place that they were showing there. I've been there. It was a cool stadium. I need to go back here. I need to go back to the Toyota Stadium and go and check out what's going on. We need to do like a heritage tour, don't we? I think that's what we need to do. Like, maybe we'll do that during the URC. Let's get some sponsors on board and let's just do like a heritage tour, and we'll go and do like live streams from like Durban, from Cape Town, Gqeberha, Kimberley. We'll go up to Mbombela, go to Bloem. Where else is there some rugby? We'll go to Paarl. It'd be quite cool to watch some rugby during Paarl. If we do it like in like January, we could do like Varsity Cup. We could do Curry Cup. We could do that's what we should do. Yeah. Now I'm excited. I think we should do that. Like we're gonna spend like 3 weeks. We'll just go on the road around the country and we'll go watch rugby everywhere, basically. Like tick off stadiums, tick off like pubs and stuff like that. Go and meet people. Maybe we can get some meetups going around the country. I think that'd be really cool. Yeah, let's do that, people. Let's do that. I'm keen. But Antoinette, the latest members of the Forever Sports Members Club, as well as Eric Bester, thank you so much, guys, for joining. Really appreciate it. That's almost 10 members for the stream. So that's very exciting. Josh saying Boks 27, Wales 19. Cheers from Qatar. Randolph's going 21-30 to the Boks. Talk too much show rugby, Chief. No, I can't. So settle back. In fact, you talking too much, actually. You commenting too much. Take a back seat, yes, son. Asha said you should place a banner stating you can't show match footage. Yeah, but when do I get the fun of telling people that I can't? I live for that. Gideon, the latest members of the Forever Sports Members Clubs. The members are rocking today. That's 10 memberships. I think the highest we ever had in a stream was like 25 memberships was for the URC. And we seem to be well on our way. So that's pretty cool. Wales by 10 says Drip, Box to you. But yeah, so we're gonna have a last look at the Bok team for those people who missed out, and then when we get back, we'll basically be ready to get going. So yeah, without any further ado, this is how after the 19 changes, the Boks will look in about 8 minutes time, with all their caps and stuff like that. Quite interesting to see the size of some of these guys and stuff. But I'll see you guys now. Make sure you get your beers. And this is what the Bok lineup is currently looking like. All right, so that is how we are lining up this afternoon. This evening, in fact. It's 5 o'clock. It's officially evening, I feel like. Wales are out. They're being led by Dan Bigger today. And here come the box, the boys, the boykies, the lads, the buggers, the every superlative you can constantly give them. Leading out by the first time by Mr. Andre Pollard, Springbok captain number 63, I believe. In terms of the Welsh side, because obviously you need to know that. This is how they line up. It is Gareth Thomas, Ryan Elias, Dylan Lewis, Will Rowlands, Adam Beard, Dan Lydiot, Tommy Rafal, Tlapa Fatal. The exact same pack as last weekend. Kieran Hardy, Dan Bigger. The only change to starting lineup is an Alex Cuthbert in the number 11 jersey. Nick Tompkins, George North, the centre pairing. Louis Rees-Zammit starts again once after his brace last weekend. And Liam Williams at full back. On the bench, 2 changes. Obviously, Josh Adams has dropped out of the starting 15. He takes his place on the bench. And you've then got Sam Wainwright who comes in. Sorry, 3 changes, obviously. Sam Wainwright comes in number 3 in place of Thomas Francis, whilst Wyn Jones is on the bench as well. The very experienced loosehead will be up against Vincent Koch in the second half. You then got Dewey Lake, Adam Wyn Jones, Josh Navidi, Thomas Williams, and Gareth Anscombe. So it's a very handy Welsh side. And I think that... yeah, if this Bok team can do it, they'll have beaten a very good Welsh side, which is the nice thing, you know. Whilst there might be a B, I mean, whatever you want to call the Springbok side, it's a good Welsh side, and beating them would be a big statement. Welcome, Damien, the latest member to the First Sports Members Club. Thank you very much. And so we're saying Evans 100th cap next year. Yeah, 100%. Should be making up his 100th test cap next week down in Cape Town, which is going to be quite cool. Obviously, that's where he began his career. VUT Zarko saying, hope Creel brings his A game. Randolph says, Welsh supporter once fell out of the bus window, mooning the cars on the new at Belleville. Love that. Box by 7, says Stefan van der Spey. Where does the game start? In about 3-4 minutes. You think Wales would win as far as the weekend's going with New Zealand and Australia losing? Yeah, well, we would be the first home side to win this weekend. As an Irishman, throw in is a... Sorry, throw out, you mean. It is a completely different animal to the rest of the world. I'm worried about Jesse not passing the ball, says Lacanio. Are we live? Anthem started. Yeah, so we just had the Welsh anthem. Now it's the Springbok, or the South African national, rather. I wonder what the Springbok anthem would be. If we had a Springbok anthem as opposed to a South African anthem, what do you reckon would be? Caroline Grace is singing the national anthem. That has a lot of hair. Flipping, drafting about wish he had that kind of hair. Presley's going SA 25, Wales 17. If you're looking to watch the match, please check out the description. It's got a guide on exactly how you can watch the match. It does work. A lot of people were saying last week that it worked really well for them. You can watch the Maori All Blacks versus Ireland as well as all the other international rugby on Flow Rugby. So go and check the description. That shows you exactly how to watch the match. Have we all got our beers here? Are we ready to go? Are we ready to cook out here? Oh, it's starting to taste like bad decisions. When am I going to get the quotes to the national anthem? I've got a lovely singing voice, guys and girls. I could definitely bang out the anthem in front of 70. I think at Ellis Park, it should be. I should be called in. Give me the call up. Welcome, Paul and Vilna, the latest members to the Favorite Sports Members Club. Welcome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Albert's gone with his score prediction, saying 28-20 Box to win. Well, I think we've only had one person predicting that the Box would lose today, so let's hope that they're not correct and that everybody has predicted the Box going to win are the right ones. The anthems are underway. Well, it's finished, in fact, so time to de-kit. Hopefully not too much. But ditch the jackets and off we go. Also, as much as I think Supersport's graphics are really cool with the fact that they superimpose a lot of their stuff, the fact that we play in green doesn't really work with it. So it is a bit of a problem. If you'd like to become a member, as I said, it is the pinned comment there. at the top there. There's also a link in the description in terms of if you want to become a member. But kickoff is just moments away. If you're looking to watch the match, check out the description. That shows you exactly what you need to do to be able to watch the match live. And the only request is, once you do watch the match, then come and hang out with us. We're cool. We're fun. We've got jackets. You know, like, why wouldn't you want to come and watch with us? Look, this is where it's at, people. Curtly Orange has found himself a bright new scrum cap. Andre Este is in the back of the box shirt. After a storming season in the Premiership. A big expectation for him today. JC Creel next to Marcel Coetzee. Played a lot of rugby together before. Liam Williams will have a big game today, I'm sure. Yes, and as HH means that if you follow the description, then you'll also be watching it legally, right? And Dan Bigger gets us underway. He sends the ball high, and it's a first touch of the ball for Warwick Land back in Springbok colours for the first time since 2019. And it's a penalty. Oh well, thanks, Peter Steph Toy. You've just made it 3-0 after 14 seconds. 14 seconds. I'm sure of the feed. Peter Steph Toy, former World Player of the Year, comes and concedes a penalty in the first 20 seconds. Dan Bigger, surely you're gonna be going for the polls yet, chap. Yeah, I mean, don't try and banter us, making us think that you're gonna go for the corner. You ain't going for shit, mate. Well, PSF Toy, it's not a great way to make your return. It's a nice take up the air from Gelant. Yeah, Peter Steph Toy going straight down. It is actually a fair call. 7 from Rensburg and Peter Hilditch, welcome, the latest members to the Fair Sports Members Club. We've got 50 members here. We're on track to have our potentially best members sign-up day ever. How good is Flow Rugby for watching? I think it's really good. I've never had a problem. A lot of people said that really worked well for them last week, so they really recommend it. It's got all the international games. It's going to have the entire Rugby Championship. It has the Curry Cup, for example, for people who aren't in the country looking for Curry Cup streams. They have it as well. And Dan Bigger has started the kick, so we are 3-0 down. So once again, the Springboks will have to come from behind to beat Wales because we cannot start a rugby match very well, unfortunately. I don't know what it is about us. We just can't start matches well. It's absolutely bizarre. And very frustrating. Anyway, Andre Pollard goes deep, and it's a touch for Falatau. Who's going to smack him? Go, Kurtley! Yeah, Kurtley. In terms of region, you just have to select USA. USA will sort you onto Flow Rugby. Sorry, I must actually put that in the description. Box kick there from Kieran Hardy was very good there. And it's another contestable one. That's a brilliant win in the air from Alex Cuthbert. Kieran Hardy's box kicking was on a two-piece last week. Will Rowlands picks up and goes. It's a good tackling on Joseph Dwever. Jaden Hendricks trying to put his hands all over that. It is available for Hardy. He goes to Gareth Thomas. Good tackle on him from Evan Lewis and Marcel Coetzee. Now Kieran Hardy back to Dan Bigger. He goes to the boot. It's a big tester. And this will be for Pollard, who's gone up. And the ball's come free. And it's fallen away to George North. Jaden Hendrickson, however, is all over that. Jaden Hendrickson, you flipping biscuit. Put number 6. Just turn the number 9 to a number 6. What a fetcher. That's a great one on the ball there from the scrum half. Well, earlier we knew that the aerial battle was going to be very hectic, and we've already seen quite a few up and unders. Pollard's been beaten twice to them, but Jaden Hendrickson all over that ball, winning an important penalty. Good stuff. And the members are flowing. Welcome Raymond, Jackie, Nadine, Dani, Monica, Andrea, all welcome to the Fair Sports Members Club. How cool is this? We've broken 21 members for the stream so far. Yeah, again, guys, if you're trying to find a way to watch the game, check out the description. Marvin Ori goes up there. Good line win there from Joseph Dweber. That'll do his confidence well to good. Come on, we need a big more here, lads. Graft and graft and graft. Mr. Ref, I've got a penalty advantage as well, so Hendrickson will use it. He goes to Esthuizen goes to Pollard. Pollard goes to Fassi. Gelant has got Orense around. Go Gelant. Orense's first touch of a rugby ball in international rugby. And he's up to the 5 meter. Evan Lewis picks up. He's just short. Hendrickson goes to Warwick Gelant. Gelant weighs up a couple of options and carries in himself. I think it is penalty advantage over. Marcel Coetzee, his first carry back in a Springbok jersey. There was no release there, Mr. Angus Gardner. We do have an advantage. I appreciate that. Jaden Henderson goes to Evan Etzebeth in his 99th game. Penalty advantage here. What can we conjure up? Thomas the Tank the Toy. Quick ball needed. Here comes Trevor. Treyeza. Jaden Hendricks up to Marcel Coetzee. This is really good momentum. And Evan Roos. Calm yourself, chap. We'll go back for the penalty. Getting a little bit ahead of himself there was Evan Roos. Trying to pick up and go himself and left the ball behind by mistake. But yeah, that was really good. Very good face play there. Getting over the advantage line. I enjoy it. That's some good Springbok rugby that we like to see. Right, so we'll be able to level things up, assuming Andre Paul doesn't miss this, but it is pretty bang in front. Welcome, Nikki, as well as Malalo, Lorraine, Tiffany Stolls, and Terry Dean, the latest members of the Forever Sports Members Club. Why is it still showing the tennis things? What tennis thing? Oh, hang on. This is what we're looking for. There we go. There's our tracker. So you guys can keep up to date with what's going on. And Pollard puts it down the middle, and the scores are level. Side of canvas says All Blacks lost, Wallabies lost, Wobblies lost. Hopefully we win. And for Springboks, Johnny Clegg, Spirit of the Great Tart. Not a bad shout. Not a bad shout. If you're watching on Supersport, it's 211, by the way. That's what you're looking for. 211. I think 201, which is grandstand, will still be showing Wimbledon, I would imagine. Right, another tester for Galant. Does well under the high ball this time. Nobody go off their feet. Nobody go off their feet. Nobody go off their feet. Well done. Well done. Well, it's already a much better restart than last time. Evan Roos, his first carry in a box shirt. Nice and powerful. I appreciate that. Now Jaden Henderson is going to bring up the trusty box kick. It's taken back, so he can't go into touch. Right, Evan Etzebeth. Kurt Lawrence chasing hard. Liam Williams goes underneath and is smashed by Evan Etzebeth. Solid chase there. Kieran Hardy to Will Rowlands. Thomas Toy up nice and quickly, so actually lost a few meters there. Big counter ruck coming in now. That's it. Counter ruck, turnover possession. That's what I like to see. Henderson going back to Pollard. Pollard, long pass out to Esterhazen. Esterhazen and Galant tried the Hail Mary, and it'll go out, unfortunately. He puts his hand up. It wasn't the best pass to him from Andre Esterhazen, and he tried to just help along its way. Albert says, Welsh has got a taste of what's coming. Previously, I'm looking forward to seeing Evan Lewis give Jasper a good run for the first choice 8-man position. I must say, SA's player choice improving tremendously and encouraging the next generation to focus 100%. Talapa Falatau goes up. Pretty flat ball to Nick Tompkins there. Andre Paul, in fact, Joseph Dweber was up to make the tackle. Wales first time they're going to have it go. Bigger going pretty flat to William Williams, goes quickly out to Alex Cuthbert. Orense gets across and brings out his legs. They go to Joseph Dweber. There's a knock on there. Pierce left the toy, has turned the ball over. Nice contribution. Joseph Dweber started quite nicely, by the way. Jumps in there to scrum off as well, as one does. A little out the band. Oh, big tackle there on Jesse Creel from Liam Williams. Look at Marvin Ori, playing with a bit of flair. A little chicken wing pass. I tell you, this is basically provincial rugby. We're making it... we haven't seen Box do stuff like this in a while, which is quite fun. Early days, though, 8 minutes now. Jane Henderson asking for a couple of blockers. He's going to send this downfield, and Kurt Lawrence is going to chase. There we go. Nice big tester here. Etzebeth is underneath there. Etzebeth posts it back to Hendrickson. Hendrickson sees a bit of space. Decides to put it onto the boot. It needs to slow up a little bit here. It is going to slow up. In fact, that's going to slow up perfectly. And under a bit of pressure as Tompkins launches the ball back downfield. He won't find touch. He goes down the throat of Andre Pollard. He goes inside to Warwick Galant. Now, this is where Warwick Galant thrives. He's looking for some space. He sees it on the left there. He's holding the ball. Puts in the little chip in behind. It does come off a Welsh player, I think. Trying to work out who's like. It should be Ireland, I think. I'm pretty sure it came off the leg of a Welsh player. Warwick Galant is so. When he's in that sort of space and he's just sitting there looking up and he decides where to go, he just identifies space so well. And there, you could just see, went to the left, drew a couple of players, saw there's a bit of space in behind, put it onto his left boot. He can kick off both feet, which is very useful. And I think it's a lineup for us. See, drifts across, sees a bit of space, puts the kick in behind. Yeah, it is a lineup. So Joseph Dweber will feed it. They go to the front of the line to Evan Etzebeth. Moskotsia changes it, and Joseph Dweber brings in Andre Esterhazen. His first carry, nice and solid. Good set move off the back of the lineup there. But that's really poor clean-out work. Well, it's very good work by Tommy Rafal, the young number 7, who's won a penalty on the ground there. So that's a bit frustrating because it was a nicely worked move there. Pete van Berg, Lizette Rousseau, Dalton Star, Ethan Duplessis. Welcome to the Forever Sports Members Club. Albie says, so this team's just going to run it. Well, at this stage, we haven't seen too much up and down and stuff like that, which always kills me because last week we had the most attacking fly half in the country and we told him to kick, as well as one of the most attacking scrum halves. And they kicked the entire time, and now all of a sudden we're holding a bit of ball in hand. Yeah, and Upper Fassi is the first person at the breakdown there. You can't really dislodge Rafael. Joseph Dweber comes in there a bit later as well. But yeah, I mean, it was a nice set move, except you've got to protect the ball carrier, chap. So Wales up towards the halfway line. Ryan Elias finds Adam Beard. Wales looking to go for start there running more. It looks pretty well set, to be fair to them, although it has held up, and Peter Steph the Toy is working overtime on the top there. Yeah, here comes a bit of a shove here from Wales. Kieran Hardy now looking to use it, as Peter Steph the Toy makes a nuisance of himself. Kieran Hardy will go to the boot. Right, Reece Zammit is chasing hard, as is Dan Bigger. It'll be a big test for Apple Fassi. It comes back towards the side of the Welsh side, and Marvin already decided to just not touch it. I think he might have thought it came off a Springbok player, but Reece Zammit carrying it up as Wales get into the Bok territory. Kieran Hardy going towards the left out. Long pass out from Tompkins all the way out to Alex Cuthbert. Solid tackle there by Kirkley Orenser. Now Tompkins off to Will Rowlands. Brought down by Joseph Dweber. Master Gutsia trying to slow things down at rack time as well. Dan Bigger to Dylan Lewis, who played a full 89 minutes last week. Inside ball there from Bigger to Nick Tompkins. Then hedges their hands on. A little bit of a basketball pass to the tops. George North. Reece Zammit is brought down by Jesse Creel. Wales right up in the right-hand touchline. They decide to come inside to Tommy Rafal. Trevor Nyakane bringing him down. Hardy to Bigger. Bigger to Dan Lydiot. And Evan Roos is over that ball. And it's a penalty. Yeah, I think it's against Joseph Dweber. There was a tackle off the ball, which is the issue. I think he knew it as well. He apologized as soon as he made the hit. Right, decision time here for Dan Bigger. It is within kickable range. Yeah, I think Josh Dweber firmly thought that it was going to land in the hands of Will Rowlands, and as the ball went past him, he was already committed. So a bit of a mistake there for Josh Dweber, who started the game quite brightly. Then he knew immediately, unfortunately. So Dan Bigger will go for the 3 points here. Maybe a good time now for the Boks just to settle into the game a little bit. It's a long 80 minutes ahead. Welcome Marie and Pierre Kukumor, the latest members of the Fair Sports Members Club. That means 33 members so far this stream, which is fantastic. We're also almost up to 13,500 subscribers. So we're moving today, people. We're moving. Has he got the distance? Has he got the distance? No, he doesn't. It's actually gone down to the right, I think, from Andre Pollard. Don't think it was his best strike, to be fair to Bigger, but right. So 3 points go begging for Wales, and Andre Pollard will get the game underway. He goes down towards the left. It's up a fat underneath, and once again, Kirkley Orenser up quickly to make the tackle. PSF's Toy ensuring that they stay inside their own half there. Ryan Elias, the big tackle from PSF's Toy and Marvin Ori. Kieran Hardy going to go to the right boot. Lifts it high in the air. Watchalong, big tester there. Well, he came in and out of his hands there under the pressure from the thing, and there's a knock on there from Ryan Elias. So we'll go back for the first scrum of the day. And it should be a Wales put in there. Taryn Chalmers and Don VR, the latest members to the Fair Sports Members Club. Welcome, welcome. People, please do smash like, by the way, on the video. We need another 108 likes, and we'll get up to 200 likes. So Alex Cuthbert now looking a little bit injured at the moment, which is not good news for Wales. He has only just come back into the side. Ziad says, I'm in South Africa and I can't watch this bloody SCOM. Yeah, we actually currently got load shedding here, so thankfully we managed to purchase an inverter, which is keeping us going. Fire Brady says, hello from South Wales. Come on, Wales, but we will lose as usual. I wouldn't write. So a short-time penalty there for free kick, as they used to call it, for Wales at the scrum time. Looking to take it quite quickly. Nick Tompkins is brought down by Andre Pollard. Kieran Hardy goes to Dan Lydiot. He runs to Marvin Ori. Kieran Hardy skips Fatal, goes to Bigger, going pretty flat to Liam Williams. And Jesse Creel eventually brings him down. Right, it's a good hand so far from Wales. Dan Lydiot getting it offload away. It's a very good hand, almost, before it's been knocked on by, I think it was Bigger. So it will be a scrum for South Africa. Now, this is what we want to see, isn't it? This is what we want to see. Scrum down inside Wales territory, Upwitton. And a nice big tackle from MJ Estes, and just to remind Dan Big of who he is. Not that I think Dan Big will be two-faced. He's somebody that really is. Right, we got a water break, people. Water break. Drinks break. Shame. Alex Cuthbert's off, by the way. That's not good for him. You can see the disappointment in him. So Josh Adams will have an extended run out. Was dropped down to the bench, so an opportunity for him to try and impress. And I mean, if Cuthbert's out, then you'll imagine that Josh Adams comes back into the side next weekend anyway. But Marius, Lil and Glamour, the latest member for Sports Members Club, welcome. Eric says 948 kg pack. The weird thing is that these days, like, the weight of the pack has just become so like insignificant in terms of the who actually like sort of gets the dominance. You know, it's so technique based these days that obviously weight helps, but it's like it's just no longer the defining factor it used to be. John Henry Clayton says, watching Italy, no English commentary, listening to as I watch. Well, that's the whole idea. You guys watch the game, I watch the game, we talk shit on the stream, and we move. We've got the naked Tinder, we have more cheap sex than Tinder bots in. I mean, we're vibing here. We're nothing but vibes. That must be a lucky cap for Jacques Ninoba. I need to get myself a big headset. 46,000 people packed into the Bloem Stadium over there. The all-important water break. Where's Rassi? Oh, literally. Welcome, Darby, to the Fair Sports Members Club. And penalty. First scrum for the box. First penalty for the box at scrum time. When we're moving. I think it's on Trevor's side. Treeza. Trevor's the GOAT, guys. It's just, when are we going to acknowledge that he is the GOAT? Right, and we are going to take the 3 points here. Or we're going to try to take the 3 points anyway. Go Bocker says, Bruce, Vic saying Hendricks seems very calm and collected so far. Yeah, correct. He's actually started off quite nicely. Step in front of space as well. The forwards haven't really become thinner. They've just become so strong, haven't they? They're just absolutely, they're just units. Welcome JJ Rasmus and Anna Maria to the First Sports Members Club. Albert Finningen says All Black fans are fuming. Second scrum, are you winning? Are you running more this game or what? And that's gone towards the right. So 3 points left out there by both sides so far. Yeah, we are running it more at this stage. We haven't had that much possession in the last sort of 7 minutes, but yeah, in terms of the water break rules, so basically they're trying to reduce the amount of times officials come onto the park, and they're saying are slowing the game down. So the reason that we now have these scheduled water breaks is to try and cut that out. So basically, you can only bring on water officials during an official water break. Otherwise, it has to be medical staff, and they can only come on when they've been called on. Evan Lewis underneath the restart there. Solid touch from him. Looks a bit muddy there in the centres. You got Thomas Latoy, puts his head down, makes a few meters. Solid carry there from the loose head today. Now, Andre Pollard goes to the boot. It's pretty far, so Upplay Fast got a lot of work to do. Dan Big under a lot of pressure. Fast doesn't quite make the tackle. He gives it away to Reece Zammit. Reece Zammit pumps it downfield. He's turned Warwick Kalant, who has reined it in pretty well. Right, now what's Kalant going to do? He's looking to run. He's looking to run. And he's brought up by Dan Leader, but there is some support there. Hendrickson going to Joseph Dweber. Joseph Dweber puts his head down. Big tackle on him from his opposite number, Ryan Elias. Now they go to Pollard. Pollard, a bit of a shimmy there. Runs to Dan Lydiot. Anderson needs a couple of blockers because his fly half's at the bottom of the ruck, so he doesn't have anybody in the pocket. So you've got a couple of blockers here, and you will imagine that Hendrickson will go to the boot. You are the chasers here. Peter Steph, the toys after it. Go, Pete! But Liam Williams takes it down quite easy. Curtly Orange is there and went to get his on the board. It was a fine contest on the ground there. Ryan Elias comes away with it. He isn't held. Gets up towards the team line for the Welsh. Now Kieran Hardy will probably return the favour. Right, Kieran Hardy with his box kick. Once again, it's very well weighted. And I think it's come off Pollard. That's the third up and under that he hasn't really looked particularly comfortable underneath it. It's kind of begging there. Although Josh Adams, I don't understand how he does all the hard yards. He gets there and he's so ready to make the tackle on Pollard. He doesn't think about catching himself. Albert says, so the best players from today and last week will make the strongest possible team next week, according to Jockney Bar. Load shedding gang here. Yeah, I'm also in load shedding. We're having a TMO review here, I think. I think it's against Joseph Dweber, or was it against Ryan Elias? Obviously, says Fussy missed 2 tackles already. So we're going back here. Oh, so it's Joseph Dweber. Oh dear, it's Ryan Elias on Joseph Dweber. I did say it was a big tackle. Right, so they're looking at shoulder. The initial contact, I'd say, is shoulder to shoulder. No, I don't think it's too bad. No, I don't have any issue with that tackle there. It's shoulder to shoulder for me. I think you can move back to the line. I think it's a pretty good tackle from Ryan Elias. Stephen Van der Space has agreed. 2-meter giants weighing 120 kgs, not an ounce of fat. I mean, yeah, they're just athletes, aren't they? Faf play, no, he's not. Pollard never drops what's going on. Andre got some rust to shake off, it seems. Play on its shoulder height, agreed. Maybe we'll get into it still. It's fat on fat play. Oh, it's fat on fat. I'm personally not selling Joseph Dweber. It's fat on fat. Right, decent line there from Wales. Flat from Hardy to Nick Tompkins, wrapped up by Pollard, but a forward pass. Oh, he throws the ball down in disgust. Must admit, I didn't see a forward pass in real time, so we'll have to check it. So another scrum, yeah. Last time we had a scrum, we did win a penalty, so we'll take the scrum. Definitely take the scrum. Ooh, I think that's a bit harsh, you know. I think that's a little bit harsh. I think it's pretty flat. I mean, direction of the hands maybe a little bit forward, but I'd feel aggrieved if I was if that was against the box. I'd probably feel quite aggrieved. Right, scrum time here, boys. And there's a lot of pushing going on before. Now the ball does come in. They're already at a 45-degree angle. And Henderson does use it. He goes to Esterhazen. Esterhazen long pass out wide to Fassi. Fassi comes inside of Reece Samet, and they're trying to bundle him into touch, and they will bundle him to touch. Just far, far, far too upright there from Fassi. Chap, you're not particularly big. You've got to go into contact low. You can't go into contact that upright. Because I think it was Tompkins, or could have been North, and Reece Samet at base just picked him up and thrown him into touch. Yeah, I mean, it was far, far too upright there. C-Match City says, thanks for the stream. Whilst I wouldn't know what's going on, thanks to ANC. No, you're welcome. Welcome, people. Please do smash like on the video, by the way. Let's try and get as many people into the chat here as possible. Sitting on 13,500 subscribers. Let's see if we can maybe push for 14,000. Albie says a harsh call. Side Canvas says didn't look forward. Albert says not forward, but Linus looks skew. First two upright needed to cut in. 100%. Surely we're not having another drinks break here. Oh, we're having a bit of running repairs. I think it's Trevor. Okay, so Trevor getting some new boots. Being a Springbok kit manager must be the absolute worst. Like, can you imagine the amount of boots? I mean, I'm just a rugby manager in general. The amount of boots going around. You can't bring the wrong boots for the wrong person. Oh my goodness. So okay, so drop a like, people. Do it now. It's the right thing to do. 100%. Alpha Lincoln says, "Fussy PSF 20 and pardon not impressing me." Yeah, I haven't seen too much from that. Well, we saw a nice counter work earlier from PSF. Right, Elias goes, well, Ebenezer will be a knock on. Contest was good. I think they're saying that the lineup was skew. Well, we'll take that. We'll take that from Ryan Elias. Yeah, so it was a knock on from Etzebeth, but Angus Gardner saying that it was skew, so we have got the scrum. Touch wood. We've actually had quite a lot of the calls from Angus Gardner. Right, big scrum needed chats on the 22. Nice attacking opportunity. Yeah, it's nice and solid, nice and solid. Evan Lewis breaks and goes down the right. He was looking for Dan Bigger, but he was brought down by Kieran Hardy before then. That's a very good tackle on PSF the Toy, who's running around the fringes. English just trying to find the ball that's available. He's going to go to Marcel Kutsia. Marcel Kutsia. There's some support with Thomas Toy. Quick ball there to Joseph Dweber. That's a nice carry from Joseph Dweber. Hendrik Sturge is popping up Thomas Toy. That's better. That's better. I really enjoy playing off 9 when players run off 9. And just off the shoulder and stuff like that. Good, solid ruck work there as well. PSF the Toy puts his head down. Now they go to Pollard. Pollard pops it up to Creel, almost through the middle, almost through a gap there. Quick ball needed. We've got penalty advantage as well. Henderson goes short to Pollard. Pollard goes himself. Wrapped up by Will Rowlands. That's available for Henderson as well. Side entry from Green, so we will go back for a penalty. This will be much more kickable than the last, so I reckon we could very well go for the 3. And Gardner wants to have a conversation here. I actually can't hear what he's saying. I need to turn my volume at half time. Rob Royce, I think Fast is going to put his tracksuit on after half time. You're a nation of clicks, which will click in the second half. This side of the canvas. Orange is playing brilliant. Yeah, he's looked good so far. Certainly looked probably a bit more comfortable than Fassi has. Welcome, Monique LaRue, the latest member to the Fair Sports Members Club. The question is, if we get 8 more members, we'll have 50 members from this stream alone, which will be flipping phenomenal. 13,500 subscribers. We're cooking here, people. We're cooking. As Yard says, the box system is not for everyone. Guys like Fassi aren't necessarily going to replicate GOC or Super Rugby form, 100%. Look, it is still early days. You know, like let's let him develop into the game and see if he can, really sort of progress there. But yeah, it has had a bit of a shaky start to this game. Well, we have gone for the line. It's a 6-man line as well. Joseph Dweba needs to find his mark. One imagines it'll be Marvin Ori, although you've got every Etzebeth Pierce toy there as well. But you reckon the general Marvin Ori is probably the target. Either him or Eben Etzebeth. That will be PSF the toy. No, man. And we got the call completely wrong there. First mistake from Joseph Dweba. Well, second mistake actually from Joseph Dweba. He did concede a penalty as well. That's so frustrating. I just got the call completely wrong there. Almost got away with it. Almost got away with it. It's what we used to call it booking. Just went too early there, just and just sort of slowed down. So it will be a scrum. I've been quite impressed with Joe Dweba in the loose so far. I think that he's a player who a lot of people are skeptical about because they're not watched. They don't, he hasn't played a lot of rugby for Bordeaux Bagels, and I think that him playing in South Africa next year will be a big help to him because I really like him. But Johan Krobelaar is playing some tremendous rugby, so there's a lot of pressure on him just because Krobelaar is pushing for the box spot. So I'm interested to see him getting an opportunity here. Chaps, that's such a poor penalty you can see. Thomas Toy just pushing before the ball comes in, and they've given him a free kick. That's really, really sloppy, guys. Come on. Albert says, Angus said Wales playing offside. Cool, thank you very much. Q20 will fix it. How machine soon. Albie says this game has too many stop-starts. Kind of annoying. It's the nerves. He will come right. We're talking about Fasu. Talking about Joseph Dweba. Which one? Probably both, actually. It's probably applicable to both. Right, Dweba goes to Marvin Ori. That's a bit better. Solid line will work there. It's been stopped once. Here's the call. Now starting to give him momentum. He needs to use it here. So Hendricks will fetch it from Joseph Dweba. Goes flat to Andre Hestehazen. Makes a few meters. Solid carry there. Arnson doing a lot of the grunt work here. Pollard, pretty short to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel puts in the afterburners. Was looking for the offload, but Galant wasn't really an option. Quick ball there from Hendricks. Pollard. Needs to come down. Yeah, that's a good work there. Nice quick ball there. That's a big chop tackle there on, I think it was Jesse Creel. The ball is still available though for Hendricks. Marcel Coetzee calling for it, but he skips him and goes to Warwick Galant, first receiver. Then to Trevor Nyakane, who decides to just bundle over a couple of players. Available for Hendricks again. He goes to Warwick Galant, first receiver. Galant spots a bit of space in behind. Well played. Well played. And this is why I back Galant, because you can play at first receiver. This is why, I'm sorry, but Fassi is not ready to be a fullback for the box. The reason why David Willemse is, the reason why Warwick Galant is ready to be the next Billy LaRue is because they can slot in at first receiver. And Warwick Galant, first receiver, gave it to Trevor. Once again, first receiver, took a step, saw the space in behind, put the ball to the boot, and he's pinned Wales back onto the 5 meter. Really, really good work there. Ryan Elias looked a little bit skew there. Wales trying to get form more, even though it's doing well to get his self out of there. But they need to try and stop this more. I think it's come down legally, actually, which is quite useful. And a turnover ball. Well played. Well played. Scrum on the 5 meter. There we go. Good test match rugby, that, actually. Kick him behind to put the pressure on the line out. You then compete at the line out at the more time. Turnover ball. All of a sudden, you're a scrum on the 5 meter. And our scrum's looking pretty solid. But Both actually was referring to Drebs. Yeah, I think it is a bit of nerves for him, but I've got no issue with it. He'll come right. Eric says, looks like the overseas players are hitting the rucks and mauls in Northern Hemisphere fashion with different roles for first and second man in contact. Staff Donkey says they just need to keep the ball in hand to win the game. They're impressive with the ball in hand. Well, a big attacking opportunity at the moment, just outside the 5 meter. The full width of the field on offer. Right, we're going to see a storming run from Evan Lewis at the back of the scrum. First of all, we need a nice solid scrum. Looks pretty solid. Looks pretty solid. Now it's getting a bit of go forward. I think Evan Lewis needs to pick up and go. He does pick up and go. Pretty scrappy. And I think Ryan Lice actually turned it over. So, yeah, I need to take that ball out of the scrum sooner, unfortunately. So it is turn of ball. Kieran Hardy goes back to Dan Bigger. Dan Bigger finds the clearance. He's found touch just outside the 22. So not at the woods yet are Wales, but that's really, really frustrating because, yeah, I think Evan Lewis, as soon as things started, as soon as there was the counter shove there, he probably should have picked it up. See, that was looking good. That was looking good. Then suddenly things started going a little bit haywire. And he was completely isolated. In fact, the ball actually bobbles out the back, to be fair. Well, possession so far, 60% to 40%. Alpha Lingard says, Fussy looks out of his depth at test level. We've had the ball this whole half and haven't scored. Let's have a try here. Welsh have had solid defense. Good line up there to Peter Steph the toy. Looking to get the maul going once again. Just Dravis controlling things at the back. Not really getting much go forward. Working hard, just starting to get a little bit of momentum. But we are going to have to use it. Hendrickson goes to Esterhazen. Comes back on the angle. Solid K from him. It's available for Hendrickson. Goes to Marcel Kutsia. And that's a pretty ordinary clear out for work there from Marcel Kutsia. And Tommy Rafael, once again, he's so good over the ball, isn't he? Well, there's still the likes of Josh Levy, Justin Tipperick, but I don't see how you're going to be dropping Tommy Rafael at the moment. He is playing sensational rugby. A pretty close game so far, hasn't it? We're running repairs here. Ibn Etzebeth getting some new boots. We're going to put some tape on his boot rather. Morris Andrews, the latest member to the Fair Sports Members Club. Welcome, Morris. Thank you very much. Albie said the squad is faster than our other one, but can't get to the rucks first. Lack of game time for this team showing now why they aren't leading the scoreboard. Thank you very much, Kirsty. It's close as predicted, says Side of Canvas. Yeah, so 9 minutes left in the first half. Still nothing separating the two sides. The Boks with a lot of opportunities, a lot of possession, but haven't really been able to convert it, which has been quite frustrating. So need to just do a little bit better with that regard. But decent so far. Again, you know, also in terms of a bit of running repairs for Evan Lewis, I think it's a bit of a blood nose. You know, you think fitness-wise that the Boks should have the edge. It isn't really at altitude, so it's not going to be like a massive factor like it was at Loftus a week ago. Right, and Dan Bigger will be able to kick Wales back into Springbok territory potentially for the first time in quite a while, actually. So it was an important penalty there from Tommy Rafal. And Dan Bigger does find touch just inside Welsh territory, right in the corner there by the halfway line. Boom, 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 boom. Ryan Elias goes to Will Rose at the front of the line out. So far, pretty good wall defense there from the box. Some good early hit. But now the Wales getting on a bit of a run in the box here. Kieran Hardy's gone in there to try and dig the ball out. I think PSF, the Toys, allowed to play that ball. He's come through the middle. So whilst they are getting go forward ball, I'm not sure they're going to be able to get that ball out. It has gone down and does have to be released. So it will be available for Wales as the box all start to scatter back to their defensive position. Etzebeth now on Will Rowlands. Number 4 and number 4. Kieran Hardy now to pull out one of his inch-perfect box kicks. He's kicking so well at the moment. Having said that, that was gone a little bit long. Well, the Steve Curse, eh? The Steve Curse. As I say that, he puts his first box kick, which has gone a little bit too far. Up in the fast, he's just very nonchalantly marking that. Vic says, Box need to get creative, a couple of chips over the back line. Yeah, I think we just need a bit more ball in hand at the moment. We haven't had too much. I mean, it's been pretty stop-start lately. We've kind of been going from set piece to set piece. So a little bit more time with ball in hand, and I think we can start bringing in a little bit more of the skills and stuff like that. We need to start seeing a couple more phase play, I think. Right, Ryan Elias goes to Adam Beard. Looked a little bit skewed, but nothing from Angus Gardner there. Flat from Bigger to Liam Williams. Williams chips ahead. And it's bounced just in touch, so it'll be a Springbok line out just ahead of the 22. I don't think he was trying to get that in touch. I think he wanted to stay in and make it a bit of a contest, judging from his reaction. Vastly experienced Liam Williams, 80 international appearances. Quite a few for the British and Irish Lions. Very important player for Wales. Yeah, there's a bit of an overlap here. So Warwick Lunt was backpedaling. Josh Adams would have had the run on him, and then Upper Fast was coming from the side. We do win the line though. Oscar Garcia goes charging into the midfield. It's inside the 22, so Jaden Henderson can go into touch here. And he will find touch. Good, decent touch finder as well. Just past the halfway line, so back in Welsh territory. Good stuff. Jaden Henderson's looked very impressive today, I must admit. I think he fits into international rugby very, very well. So line win there. Dan Bigger deciding to go over the cross kick. Up in the fast, he is storming up to East Hammett. It was Walker Lunt actually. The kick back inside to Liam Williams. And the ball is just going to bounce to, but there's a whistle there, so I don't know what they're going back for. So the ball had run into touch on the way there. But it looked like it had gone into touch. Right, so it will be a Springbok line-out. Joseph Dweber goes to Evan Etzebeth at the front of the line-out. Goes to Jaden Henderson. Marcel Garcia puts his head down. Henderson asking for a blocker. Now Henderson, he does have the safe 22, can find touch, does find touch. Not at, probably would have liked a bit more distance, but it's just past the 10-meter line. Right, so 4 minutes to go. Still 3 points apiece. Ryan Lyles goes to the front of the line to Tilapa Faletau. Pops up to Kieran Hardy, goes flat to Nick Tompkins. Tompkins runs into Pollard and Esterhazen. It's available for Hardy. Very good handling there, but a good tackle for Arnsel. Josh Adams now brought down. Watchalong is going to get over the ball. And he has won it. Good work there. Curly Arnsel pops off to Joseph Dweber. Joseph Dweber down the blind side. Go, Joseph! Sit down! Strong carry there from Joseph Dweber. And Dan Bigger, well, he posted, but Jesse Creel was quick onto him and bundled him into touch. So good work from Jesse Creel. But a great run there from Joseph Dweber. Just a little bit isolated, unfortunately. Randolph says Quagga needs to come out to scrum half. Not even on the bench at Dweber and kind of struggling. I wouldn't say we've seen enough of Trevor to say he's struggling. He's won a scrum penalty. He's been fine at scrum time. Really good run down the side of just Dweber by himself. Smacked into Dan Bigger and sort of lost his footing on the way. Bigger was quick though to get up and get ball, which he was allowed to do, but then Jesse Creel was very quick to bundle him into touch. And it's tapped back from Peter Steph's toy. Comes straight to Marcel Coetzee. Not a clean line win, but we do still have possession. Trevor carrying up there. Jaden Hendricks going to Evan Ruiz. Nice acceleration there from the 8th man. Oh, and Esterhazen has just spilled it forward. That's so poor. I think Tommy Reffel has just decided to put that to the boot, and that's got straight into touch. So we're going to go back for the scrum, or we're going to go for the line out? Okay, so they will go back for the knock on. That was really poor from MJ Esterhazen. There was no reason to knock that on at all. Just takes his eye off the ball and just fumbles it forward. No excuses there, unfortunately. Boring first half. I wouldn't say it was that boring. Had quite an exciting first sort of 15 minutes. Smells tastes as well. 3-3 sounds like it's been a tough game for both teams. Dwayne Figari is not a winger. Yeah, well, to be fair, he put on the gas there. Put on the gas. I'll tell you what, there are quite a few people I'd rather run into when they're running at full tilt than Joseph Dweber. That man's an absolute unit. Randolph says Boks are doing well if you consider they haven't played together much. Terry G says Dweber's run more meters than Fussy. Yeah, true, actually, true. Right, 1.5 minutes. It'll be interesting to see when the reserve front row comes on. It'll also be interesting to see, for example, with Ntuko Nkunu, who is on debut, whether he'll come on at the same time, whether he'll come on a bit later. Because the nice thing with between Thomas and Trevor, you could actually take either of them or put on Koch, and you could always switch Trevor to Lucid if you wanted to. But Thomas Toy's been playing fine, so I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. HJH says if Wales get some fire for the second half, you're going to be in trouble. Last minute of the half, that's a solid scrum there. They go down the blind side. Williams goes to re-sam it, and up here fast, he comes up quickly to make the tackle. Turnover ball for Evan Ruiz. He needs to stay inside, unfortunately doesn't. There was a foot and touch. Evan Ruiz thought he was going all the way, but there was a foot and touch, so we have to go back for the line out. And this will probably be the last act of the day. Yep, there goes the hooter. Right, so scrum here. It's available. It's a pretty big scrum. It's a penalty for Wales. That's the first. I mean, when was the last time you saw a box scrum out scrum like that? That was not a particularly good moment there. Right, decision time for Dan Bigger and his men. The hooter has gone, and they are going to put into touch. Right, so half-time score, 3 points apiece. Both teams having missed a penalty. I'd say it's a half where the Boks had far more opportunity and far more possession, but yeah, maybe should have probably done a little bit more with it. They looked very promising early on. They have definitely tried to keep the ball in hand a little bit more than what we've seen in previous games. And I think the important thing is, from a Springbok perspective, we didn't know what we were going to expect from this team, but they're very much in the game, which is probably exactly what the idea, what the thinking was. You know, just try and stay in the game for as long as possible, and then it can go either way. Some very big players still to come on, the likes of Malcolm Marx, Vincent Koch, Damien Willemse. So it should be interesting what the impact for the bench is. But very tight scenes there in Bloemfontein. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back after in a few minutes. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do keep subscribing. We are less than 500 people away from 14,000 subscribers. So you never know. Maybe we'll hit that. So out of the 1,000 people currently watching, I'm guarantee you right now there's probably at least 100 people who aren't subscribed. So don't be that guy. Subscribe, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. And we're back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. 3 points apiece. A very, very tight encounter down in Bloemfontein. And, yeah, I think we're in for quite an interesting second half. And I think in this half, we saw the Springboks play in all the right sort of areas, not maybe do enough with it. I think we could benefit from being a little bit more dynamic in attack. I think we need to try and see a few more phases. At the moment, I kind of feel like every now and again, we after we get one reasonable carry, we don't seem to get that second or third. We only really had that passage in the first play where we actually had like a reasonable sort of phase play. We had a couple of consecutive phases that looked pretty solid. So, yeah, we need to see more of that. But apart from that, I think Warwick and London's looked pretty good so far today. I think Curtly Orange has worked really hard today. I'd like to see more from our two centres. PSDF Detroit has had a bit of a quiet game. Master could see Evan Lewis have carried the ball right. Evan Lewis has been a little bit quiet. But a couple of debuts to still to come, the likes of Grant Williams, who I think will add a lot of impetus to the attack. Although having said that, I've been very impressed with Jaden Hendrickson. I think he's looked very comfortable at this level. He's looked like he belongs, doesn't he? He looks like he belongs in a Springbok shirt. He just, there are certain players who, once they get to this level, they just look like they look very comfortable at this level. And I think he's one of those players who has just looked very, very comfortable. So that's really good to see in terms of deepening our scrum half stocks, I would say is the word. Yeah, and I think Pollard's been pretty up and down. Hasn't been his best game, I don't think. Kicking game hasn't been phenomenal. Hasn't looked particularly good under the high board, which is a bit worrying. But yeah, I'd say it was an all right half from the box. Wales, I think, are playing. They just don't really have much of the ball. And if you look at some of the statistics, that's what I'm trying to pull up now. Springboks dominating possession, very much dominating territory, but what Wales are doing very well is finding a way out every time. And there's a couple of very important penalties from the likes of Tommy Rafal. I think Kieran Hardy's kicking game has been sublime. And Wales have looked quite dangerous when they have spread the ball. There's been a couple of decent touches from them. So from a Bok perspective, we don't want to see too much of that because when they do run the ball, they do sometimes find a couple of overlaps. But I think, for two defensive sides, it's kind of what we kind of expect. Very much a grudge match, very set piece orientated so far. Quite a few scrums, quite a few lineouts. So yeah, if we look at some of the stats here, possession 52-48, but territory 61-39. So Boks playing most of the game in the Welsh territory. A penalty apiece. The Boks have run 184 meters to the Welsh 34. Wales have had 14 kicks from hand to the Boks' 10. Boks have had 24 gain line carries to Wales' 7. We won 12 over turnovers to their 3. We are operating a 93% tackle success rate. They're operating 96%. So the tackling has been pretty solid from both sides. Both sides have missed one kick and gotten one kick. We've lost one line out. They've lost one line out. And both teams have had 100% scrum success rate. So, yeah, I think maybe the biggest difference, we haven't seen much dominance from the set piece. We've seen pretty even dominance. When we dominated a scrum, they've dominated a scrum. They've looked good at line of time, and then we've looked at line of time. Well, sometimes they've looked shaky, but we've also looked shaky. So I wouldn't say there's a set piece which is one team is dominating in particular. I don't think our rolling Moors have been that good today. I think they've defended them pretty well, and that's something we need to maybe look at a bit. But yeah, I'd like to see a bit more from our rolling Moors. I think that we used it so effectively last week that I think that it's been a bit disappointing from that regard this week. But yeah, I think it's it comes down to the patience, doesn't it, at the end of the day for the second half. It's which team is going to blink first, which team is happy to go the distance, which team is not going to panic. And it's going to be that team, I think, who will take the match. The team who can just stay in the contest and not panic and be composed. Some of the comments, welcome Serenberg van der Merwe, as well as Jacqueline Diaga to the Fair Sports Members Club. 5 members away, and we've got 50 members for the stream, which is absolutely sensational. We're also less than 400 people away from 14,000 subscribers. And, we could very well hit 100,000 views already in this video by the end of only half time at this rate. So this has probably been this is going to be the biggest stream we've ever done. So a massive thank you to everybody who is watching. But some of the comments people have been saying. Devin says, bring Willemse on at 12, near dynamic 12 with these backs. Randolph says, also consider how bad we were losing this time last week, 100%. True North says, going to be a huge W for Wales. Total domination in the second half by Wales. Side of Canvas says, loves his optimism. Side of Canvas says, there are some leadership qualities coming from the bench, so we should be more solid in attack once the changes come. True North reckons get ready for the Welsh power in the second half. What do you think of Evan? I think that he's a very good player. He's been pretty quiet, if we're being brutally honest, so far. Hasn't had a lot of opportunity, but if we look at his game and numbers so far, I would say he's been pretty average. I think nothing special, nothing bad. He hasn't made mistakes. He's made 8 carries, making 21 meters. He's made 2 tackles, so not had the most to do. Marcel Garcia has made 4 carries, made 2 tackles. Peter Steph the Toys made 2 carries, 3 tackles. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's really been a standout forward. Joseph Draber's probably made the most meters from a attacking point of view. Curtly Orange has been pretty busy. I think he must have made about 6 or 7 tackles. But I think from the sounds of it, I think Vincent Koch could be on, by the way. Right, a ball needs to go wide more, get Fassi and Orange running more, 100%. Bruce says, me and my dog chilling on the couch watching the game, and you, Stephen, well, tell your dog I say hi. Like to see you. And Angus Gardner's come on, and now it looks like his comms are not working, which is very frustrating. Right, Vincent Koch is on. I think somebody said that Malcolm Marx could be on as well. And again, I don't think Joseph Dwyer played badly at all, actually. I think I'd probably put him towards... I mean, he made 2 mistakes. Yeah, Malcolm Marx is on. And the nice thing is, when you're putting these 2 on, it's not like you're putting the other 2 off because they played badly. But you want to give Malcolm Marx 40 minutes. You want to give Vincent Koch, 40 minutes. So I don't think Joseph Dwyer looked out of his depth at all. I think he actually did pretty solid. Obviously, Durban off, not a good look. South Africa, you awaken the Welsh Dragons, says True North. Mr. Incredible is on. Plan subs probably, yeah, and that's the thing. We generally do always replace players after 40 minutes. So, yeah, I think Trevor wasn't his best game. Didn't really manage to get stuck in as much as he would have liked to at scrum time. But I thought Dweber was pretty solid. Nice run down the flank. Only messed up once at line-out time. Gave away 1 penalty. So I thought he was generally all right. Right, here we go. First line there from Malcolm Marx. And the Moor once again being defended pretty well by Wales. So Jaden Henderson will have to use it. He goes to Andre Esterhazen. Bit of a standing start. Evan Lewis in the back of it. Now Jaden Henderson goes to Vincent Koch. And now we're going to see Jaden Henderson bring out the box kick. I'll be interested to see how Grant Williams goes. Very different type of scrum off. Adds a lot of pace to the game. But Kirk Orange says chasing hard. This will be contestable. Eben Etzebeth gets up there. I think it's a bit of a knock-on for him. Probably an advantage there for Wales. William Williams straightens, but runs to be a step to Toy. Gets a good pass out wide, though. They bring in Dan Bigger, who's brought down by, I think it's Marcel. Oh, Kieran Hardy's off. That's a big call. That's a very, very big call. I'm not sure that's the right call at all. So Thomas Williams is on. I wonder if that's an injury. Why would you take Kieran Hardy off? There it is, Pollard. Welcome to the game. First clean take out the handle for Pollard. Now Thomas Toy putting his head down. Hendricks out. Bit of a loop pass there to Kalant, and Eben Etzebeth getting on the front foot. That's what we want to see from our star lock. Malcolm Marx, first receiver. Pollard. Bit of space. Pollard still going through, finding a bit of space through. But again, very isolated. And have we won the penalty here? Oh, we have won the penalty. I thought they were going to win the penalty, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. Will Rowlands, I don't think he's particularly impressed with that call. But we have found won a penalty in a very kickable position. So hopefully we could be having the first points of the not supporting his body weight as the call from Angus Scott. Oh, now this is big. Dan Bigger is down for Wales and getting some ice on his shoulder. Actually, yeah, no. So it's fair. So it's fair enough. Well, he goes off his feet there. And then the call is not, yeah, as I was on the ground. No, fair call, Angus. Hi from Dispatch. Welcome to Driving Eastern Cape. Good to see you. Yeah, so at this stage, according to Sport, 5 penalties conceded apiece. Angus Gardner's got what looks like some blood on his shirt. I'm not quite sure how he managed that. So I'm sure we're going to go for the points here. Yeah, Pilot has asked for kicking T. He's missed one and slotted one, so let's hope he can slot 2 and have missed 1 missed. Right, come on, Polly. Pretty straightforward effort this should be. It's looking good. It sails over the top, so South Africa take the lead for the first time in the game. 6 points to 3 after just about 44 minutes. Actually, I said he thought about being disrespected, fell to Eben, he started pleading automatically. Dan Bigger was alright, and does get the game back underway. They have gone down towards the middle, and Peter Steph, the toy goes up and takes that well out the air. Henderson goes to Vincent Koch. He has some support there from Evan Ruiz. And now Jaden Hendrickson will play a bit of territory game here. He lifts that very high in the air. And Eben Etzebeth is around there. And it comes off Hendricks. Trying to work out. So it's offside. I think it's against Hendrickson. They focus on Thomas Toy, but I'm pretty sure he said number 9. And unfortunately, this is probably also pretty kickable. So I reckon we've just gifted the lead. Well, the score we're back to Wales. Bigger has called for King T. He's not happy, you know. He's shaking that right arm. I think that right shoulder is still a bit of a stinger there. I'd like to have seen the replay properly. I'm trying. They keep focusing on Thomas Toy, but I'm not convinced he was the one that was at fault there. Who are the subs? So far, Malcolm Marks and Vincent Koch are on for Joseph Dweber and Trevor Nyakane. As Dan Bigger misses that goes across the face of the goal. Well, that's a big level for the box. For Wales, the only replacement so far is Thomas Williams on for Kevin Hardy. So Pollard will get us back underway. He launches it pretty deep towards the halfway line, and it's Faletau underneath it. He gives it inside to Dan Bigger, and Dan Bigger blitzes in the air. I think it's Josh Adams is chasing hard. Pollard takes him out and decides to hand off Thomas Williams. Good handoff there from Pollard, but now he's going very lateral, needs to straighten. Springboks just outside the 22. Hendrickson goes to Malcolm Marks. Gains a meter or two. Fastly chasing the box keeper Hendrickson hard. Liam Williams, he almost managed to get the tackle. Pops away to Ruiz Rizam. I think there was a knock on there. So it will be the first scrum of the match. Of the half rather. Vincent Koch, Malcolm Marks, first time they'll get an opportunity to have a go at the Wales front row. Trying to work out where my power's supposed to be coming back on. All right, cool. 10 minutes time, and I should have power. We have power. We've got power. Ooh. And it's a penalty to Wales there. So that's a bit frustrating. So Dan Bigger will be able to kick them back into Bok territory. Yeah, it's a very strange kick for Dan Bigger to miss. He's a very reliable goal kicker, is the Welsh captain. The 210s captaining today. Pollard for the first time. Dan Bigger, I'm still not convinced he's 100%. Quite a lot of grimacing going there. Keeps grabbing his shoulder. Here we go. Dion Free and Intutuko Nkunu on for their Springbok debuts. Evan Roos departs. So we will see Marcel Garcia. No, Marcel Garcia is off as well. So I think Reynard Alstad on the park as well. So Dion Free, Springbok debut. Intutuko Nkunu, Springbok debut. Reynard Alstad back onto the park. Here come the Bok Bomb Squad, as they are called. Strong tackle there on quick ball there for Thomas Williams. George North. Oh, that's a big tackle. Jesse Creel and Reynard Alstad stopping Liam Williams in his tracks. Thomas Williams pops it up to Tompkins. Hendricks up quickly to make the tackle. Will Rowlands brought down by Evan Etzebeth. And Malcolm Marks over the ball. It's what he does. It's what he does. Straight over the ball, and it's an immovable force, isn't it? Once he's over in that position. So the only players who are still on the park from a pack point of view is Marvin Ori, PSF the Toy, and Evan Etzebeth. Oh, Resam was trying to keep that in, but he's missed out on that. So Pollard's found a decent touch finder. So the only players remaining on the bench at this stage are the two backline players in Grant Williams and Damien Willemse. Interested to see who Damien Willemse comes on for, because he can come on for anyone, really. He can come on at 12, he can come on at full back, he can come on the wing. I personally would put him on at full back, and I would shift Galant to the wing. A couple of subs here for Wales as well. Ryan Elias going off the park. He'll be replaced by Dewey Lake. And Wyn Jones on for Gareth Thomas. That's a big boost for Wales. Malcolm Marks tries to go to Marvin Ori, but Fatal got his hands up there, but I think it's actually been stolen as he's gone down. So the Springboks do have the ball. Malcolm Marks is now controlling it at the back of the maul, but just getting absolutely no reward so far from the maul effort. And Henderson trying to get the ball. Henderson goes to Estes, who shifts off to Dion Ferry, his first carry in a box shirt. Henderson going to Malcolm Marks, coming on his right shoulder. Malcolm Marks bouncing away from Fatal, eventually being brought down. And Dewey Lake has won that on the ground, but there's an advantage here from Angus Gardner, bang in front of the poles as well. It's available for Hendrickson, who goes to Pollard. Pollard inside ball to Pierre Steph the Toy. That's a nice angle being run there. And Rafael's in a very good position, but it's available for Hendrickson, who goes to Pollard. You try to put in the kick, but I think it's Nick Tompkins does pretty well to get his boot in the way and stop that. So it will be a penalty right in front of the pole. So this should hopefully 9 points to 3. What the hell was that? Some very strange noises coming in this house. Emily says, no one can live with Marks. He's like Duplessis in his prime. Currently on the road, so listening to as a gift. Well, here we go. Welcome from the road. We will take the points here. Oh, this is not looking good. Tommy Rafael has stayed down. I think he's just fixing his laces, though, to be fair. It'd be a big loss if he were to have to stop playing for Wales. Been very impressive as the youngster. Eben Etzebeth once again having some repairs on his boots. Yeah, I think Dan Bigger's off here, by the way. He's down again, which means we're going to see half an hour of Gareth Anscombe. So, Dion Free, 35 years old, making his Springbok debut. What a story that is. I've never been a massive Dion Free fan. I don't think too many people are unless he plays for your team, because he's kind of that aggressive, in-your-face, quite dirty type player. But he's been in some sublime form for Stormers. And what a cool story to make your debut at 35 years old. He is officially the oldest Springbok player in history to make his debut. Hey, and let there be light. Let there be light. We're moving here. The power she is back. Pollard has slotted that again, so 9 points to 3 is the score with 29 minutes left remaining. Albie says his name is Tux. Let's go. Yeah, so Intutuko Ntunu, and they call him Tux apparently, or Tux. 22 years old on debut. Dion Faree, 35 years old on debut. Gareth Anscombe on to the park for Dan Biggar. And straight into Dion Faree. He's looking full of energy with his running. Yeah, so Biggar is off, which is a big loss to Wales. Hopefully that's nothing too serious. Otherwise, Gareth Anscombe could be in line to start next weekend. In which case, it'll be interesting to see who gets the captaincy. Hendrickson lifting the ball ahead. Eben Etzebeth is up there. Ball fires back towards the box, and Andre Pollard comes away with it. Puts to the boot. There's nobody back home, so if this can get a decent roll, this could be between two. Fassi is chasing really hard. Tompkins spins away from, gives inside to Reece Zammit. And Reece Zammit, I don't know if it was touched by Etzebeth, but that hasn't gone out. Warwick Hunt is there picking it up. Decides to go himself. He used to run towards a bit of support, and he runs towards Vincent Koch. Yeah, I mean, that's about the right sort of support you should be running towards. Henderson goes to Eben Etzebeth. He gets away from one, brought down another. Game's starting to open up a little bit at the moment. Tuko Mkunu. First touch, inside ball there from Galant to Jesse Creel, who puts his head down. Valatar was going for the ball there, but it is available for Jaden Hendrickson. He goes to Malcolm Marks. Barnes not running away. Hendrickson doing quite well to bias that penalty. Esterhazy long pass out wide to Dion Faree, who is trying to sit down Josh Adams. Still penalty advantage here. Henderson goes to Ulstad, goes to Pollard. Long pass out to Warwick Kalant. Kalant thinking about taking the pass, gets into Vincent Koch. Really good offload, and he's up to make the interesting kick. Try to put it in. I think he actually hit the head of Thomas Francis, but I mean Thomas Williams, not Thomas Francis. Definitely doesn't want to hit the head of Thomas Francis, who had to fly home with concussion. But that's what Kalant brings you. I mean, it's just those small moments, you know. It delays the pass, gets his hand through the pass, brings in players. He's looked really at home in the box jersey today, as Warwick Kalant. As has Hendrickson. Now, Pollard down at the moment, receiving a bit of treatment. He's getting a bit of breath mint spray, apparently. And what the hell are they spraying into his mouth? Like an alien spray to wake him up, a bit of sugar. The bikers are at Bloom. Those big Harleys, eh? It's like the most like Bloemfontein thing is when you go watch a Cheetahs game there, and like before the game they've got all those big Harley Davidsons which like drive onto the field. Adam Jones is onto the park, by the way. So is he captain, by the way? He's busy talking to Angus Gardner. He's replaced Will Rowlands. So I imagine he takes over the captaincy. Yeah, Dan Biggar doesn't look particularly happy there. Yeah, I think he's in quite a lot of pain, actually, old Biggar. We are going for polls. So Pollard can hopefully make this 12 points to 3. And discipline again, kind of being the undoing of Wales so far this half. We can see quite a few penalties, very kickable penalties. Box doing a lot better to keep more ball in hand, getting themselves into decent positions. So it's been a much better second half here from the Box. I think that we're about to see what the impact of the bench could do. How's the Box playing? Pretty well. Quinton says, dissecting the Welsh from game 1. Hendrickson has been kicking better than Fafted last week. I've been very impressed with Jaden Hendrickson. I think he's looked very good. In fact, I reckon that he could find himself on the bench next week for Faf. I think Faf's still number 1. And I think people also don't realize the importance of Faf from a defensive perspective. That is a fairly shocking kick from Andre Pollard. Well, Dan Biggar gave us a gift, and now Pollard's given Wales a gift because that was a shocker of a kick. Right, Galant. Sniping around a bit. There's Hazen, so carry needs to see a bit more of that from him. Dion Free, his third carry of the game. Henderson asks for a couple of blockers. He'll go to the box key again. And Smith is chasing after it. And I believe Fassi actually comes away with it. So we managed to retain it. Hendricks are looking for options. Goes to Pollard. Pollard goes to Galant. Galant goes pretty flat to Jesse Creel. And Peter Steph, the toys going outside. Curtly Arnser stepping around. William Williams. He's come just close. The ball's come loose there. And it's a penalty against Alan Wynne-Jones, I think. Oh, it's going to be a card. There's going to be a card. I don't know if it's against William Williams or against Alan Wynne-Jones. He's getting a red card out there. I think that's a mistake. Well, the calls come from the assistant referee. I don't even know who's getting a yellow card here. Well, Alan Wynne-Jones has been carded. He doesn't know what for. To be fair, I also don't know what for. Well, we'll take it. I want to see that replay. I think he's trying to say it was cynical, but I still don't actually understand what the penalty's for here. Yeah, that's a shocker of a decision, by the way. That is an absolute shocker of a decision from Angus Gardner. He doesn't even touch the ball. The ball just sort of pops out the back there. Well, I don't understand why you don't TMO that. Why would you not TMO that? Yeah, look, he has the Springbok more, by the way. That's gone down, but that was looking very promising. Hendricks, and everybody's missed it except for Galant. Galant's not putting the opponents around Reece Hammond. And trying the miracle one-hand offload. Yeah, I think Alan Wynne-Jones can count himself to be pretty unlucky there, to be honest. Probably what was that cuck? That spray Pollard took didn't help. That kick reminds me of the one morning missed in front of the poles one year. Obviously, the players don't know what's going on either. There's nothing in that. The rest have been bad all weekend. What a catch from Fassi. Galant, it wasn't his best day, but there was a penalty advantage. So hopefully Pollard doesn't miskick this one, and we can make it 12 points to 3. Yeah, I think Alan Wynne-Jones is very rightfully aggrieved about that call. Well, he has nailed it this time. Where's he going? Alan Wynne-Jones is now disappearing down the park, down the tunnel. Dan Lilly's gone off, which is also a strange decision because I thought he was playing pretty well. Henderson underneath the restart there. Got it quite a lot of time there to find a decent clearance. Not his best, but you're playing well for rotation. I don't want advantage like this when Alan Jones didn't do anything. Just need a few tries, says Daniel. Yep, unlucky your card. Size canvas. He's got away with plenty against us. Alan Jones, but still not right. I understand the yellow card. Diesel says that was a yellow card all day long. Great decision by the referee. Dude, you can't even tell me what it's for. Like, what has he been yellow carded for? Well, Marvin always made way, which means Ruan Nokia on debut is on the park. Forgot on him, actually. Wales goes short in the lineup there, and it's gone skew. That's gone really well, chaps. Cameron says they should introduce an appeals committee to cite referees for decisions so they can be banned for weeks, just like players. I think there is a review process, and you can be dropped from the international panel and stuff like that. I just still don't understand what the yellow card was. Are they trying to say it was cynical and that he played the ball? I'm just very confused about it because he came through the gate, he cleaned out Peter Steph the toy, the ball bubbled around the same time, and all of a sudden he's been told to leave the field. So yeah, a bit of a strange call. Daniel says, do you think we played well? Our defense is better than last week. I think we've looked, ironically, I think we've looked a little bit slicker. I think we've looked a little bit more gelled. I wouldn't say we've been sensational. I wouldn't say we've been that good. But yeah, we've strung together a couple of decent passages of play, and we've just sort of ridden. That's a huge scrum. Into Tuchel and Uno will enjoy that. Esterhuizen giving away to Pollard. Pollard flat ball to Watchalong. What's Galant going to do? He sets out up later Fassi. Up later Fassi kicks ahead. That's gone far too far, Fassi. But there was a penalty at the scrum. A massive, massive scrum from there. That was the Bok scrum that we know all about. Maybe something was said. Joaquin Freeman. Yeah, when he went to the yellow card, I thought he was actually going to card Liam Williams because Liam Williams lost his temper when the penalty was called. So I thought he was actually getting a yellow card for talking to the referee until they then pinned Alan Jones. Albie says Ruan looks like a kid who just had a growth spurt, really gangly. He does actually. Zanzi says totally underestimated the Bok team, especially Esterhuizen playing really well tonight. Well, he's about to bring out his boot now, is Esterhuizen. That left boot of his. We can say defensively we can be better. Agree. Poor decision that yellow for Wyn Jones. Better start than last week. It's missing Alan Jones. Ungentlemanlike conduct. I don't even know what it is. Galant is playing much better this week. Last 2 weeks with URC, he was not at his best. Galant is one of those very dangerous players who thinks he's better than he actually is. No, I think he knows exactly how good he is, and he's pretty good. We can say how dominant we are after a yellow card for forward. It's a penalty for changing the lanes, I think it is. Yeah, for obstruction. That's really, really sloppy there from the Maul. Yeah, look, not having a lock does definitely help scrum time, but it still was a very big scrum. Really sloppy line out there. We another Wales line out. Right. Attempt 2. Even Elspeth does go up to try and compete. And it's not straight. It's not straight. Well, he has been pretty strict with it being having to be straight this year. Dewey can't believe it. But I'll tell you what, I think Angus Gardner has brought a few South Africans back onto his side. I think South Africa have definitely benefited from a couple of decisions. Like that yellow card, which I think is pretty shambolic. But yeah, why does our number 12 have face decoration? Not sure what you mean there. Vic says you see him can scrum. Wales can't win this. Truck and trailer, someone should have told Marks to break from the Maul. Whereas Hendricks premature perhaps, but I rate the Box chance of getting the double over the All Blacks. They're all over the place at the moment. Look, I think we still need to get back, and we still need to get to our best. I think we're definitely not playing at our full capacity at the moment. So premature. Yeah, even this, you did say it was premature, but I think if we can get to our best, I don't see why we can't have a real go at the All Blacks. Danny Peterson, I would say the youngsters played well in my opinion. The hunger and determination to get the result, but need more game time to develop the future. 100%. Henderson goes to Esterhuizen, who's power looping around, gives to Curtly Orenser. Big tackle from him from George North. We need to see George more north with ball in hand. But it's pretty poor cleaning, and guess who it is? What are they calling him? Tommy Turnover, hey? Tommy Rafael with another penalty at the breakdown. Yeah, he's played really well tonight, Tommy Rafael at the breakdown. He's been absolutely sensational. Another player, Welsh player down, doesn't look particularly good. Zanzi, no tries indicative of a mediocre game. No, I don't think so. I think there are games with lots of tries which are not particularly watchable. I think there are games with no tries which are far more watchable. Test match rugby is supposed to be pretty tight. So yeah, I wouldn't say I'm upset by the no tries thing, as long as it's a decent spectacle. I wouldn't say it's been the most incredible game of all time, but yeah, it hasn't been bad to watch. A couple of very big performances. I think Kirkley Lawrence has been pretty good. Had a very good debut so far. And Zandy says, nice to see the UWC lads doing well. Aren't and Yankees. You're not broadcasting stereo, by the way. Yeah, we've had lots of issues with my program, so we'll sort it all out soon, hopefully. Do you still rate Wales as a good side? I don't think they're a bad side. I think there are lots of worse sides. I don't think they play particularly well tonight. I think they just looked a little bit aimless on attack of Wales. They haven't executed that particularly well. They've defended pretty well, I think. A couple of players have stood up quite well. Anyway, Gareth Anscombe is going to have a shot at goal here. Gareth Anscombe from pretty much bang in front. There's a very good kick, so he halves the deficit, well, almost halves the deficit. He doubles the points for Wales and makes it a 12-6 game with 40 minutes remaining. Mzansi says, Bigger is a superb player, not looking good tonight though. But he's off, so it's difficult to look good. Sally Cameron says, Test matches are tight and fierce for the forwards. Open play will be limited because defense will be good. And Dana Peter says, I feel like we can beat the All Blacks twice a season if we just need to start well and defend well. Long season ahead, but we'll be happy with the series win to boost confidence for the year. Well, the score remains. We are 40 minutes away from getting that series win, which would be a perfect way to start the year. Eben Etzebeth, listen. When he says no, it means no, you can't touch it, Eben. A reminder that we'll be doing our player rating show after this. We'll go live at 7:15. And basically what happens is that you can vote for every Springboks performance, give them a rate between 1 and 10. And then we also nominate a man of the match. Alan Jones is back on the park, so Wales back to a full contingent. And here comes Damian Willemse in the number 23 jersey. The question is, who's he replaced? First, he's still on the park, so I imagine he's come on for Gelant. I think Kurtley Arns has gone off. No, Fassi's gone off apparently. So Willemse will go to full back, I'm sure. Gelant will go into the right wing and Arns will go into the left wing, which is what I predicted earlier. I'll tell you, every now and again I know something, hey? Schalibok had a shot at the squad, felt he was hard done by. Yeah, I mean, he's the form flower, but I can understand why he wasn't in it. Well, the ball's gone over the top. Malcolm Marks comes storming away. And now the whistle's gone. I'm not sure for what. It's a penalty. Discipline, yeah, chaps. Discipline. Tyler says, we need an expert attacking coach who will help with our attacking play and get the balance between set piece dominance and try scoring. Obviously, Harry Byrne flew back to Ireland. Didn't get to play. Even heard go. Yeah, I don't know what he heard, but definitely What he definitely didn't hear was the ball's out, because it definitely wasn't said. All of a sudden, this is getting a little bit close here, chaps. Ibn Etzebeth playing Ryan Beard in the air. So Etzebeth, the discipline has cost us 2 back-to-back penalties here, Chief. Kevin says, Stephen, do you think they will replace Fozzie if they lose the best of the cup this year? I don't know. I mean, the concept of replacing your coach a year out from the World Cup for me is very, very risky. So I'll be surprised if they did it. But at the same time, I suppose, if they do lose to us, if they do lose, like as you said, those lose the Bundesliga Cup, for example, they might be forced to make a change, because you also can't ignore the issues if there are major issues. So yeah, Anscombe can bring them within 3 points. Suddenly getting a little bit tight here, chaps. Oh, he's missed it. Gareth Anscombe's missed it. Well, thank you, Chief. We appreciate your efforts, because yeah, that wasn't a particularly difficult kick either. But we'll take it. Still 6 points advantage. Ryan Beard taking it well out the air there. But Wales immediately back on the attack. George North giving it away to Liam Williams. Liam Williams going to re-sam it down the wing. Who cuts inside. Going very lateral. Trying to find a running. Finds in Dewey Lake, who falls in front of Dion Ferree. But good work to dislodge him quite quickly. Gareth Anscombe pretty flat to Sam Wainwright on debut as well. Gareth Anscombe steps inside. Brought down by Ruan Nokia, who's over the ball, but misses out. Wyn Jones goes to... Well, it's a very good pickup there from Dewey Lake. Thomas Williams going to George North. George North hands off Pisset's Toy for Lautau. Hendricks with a big tackle on George North. Peter Steph's Toy getting handed off. They haven't particularly impressed Peter Steph's Toy. I know he hasn't played a lot of rugby, but hasn't been his best game at all tonight. Nick Tompkins first receiver, and Ryan Beard knocks it on. Dion Williams gives it away to Warwick Halant. Warwick Halant knows that there's nobody home, so he hacks us downfield. And he's tearing after it. It's going to start just shot as well. So Williams is back. And he's wrong-footed with Halant, and he is going to run. Dion Ferree has missed it, so Liam Williams actually done very well to buy himself some time there. Pretty poor, actually, to get up there and not be able to force him into a bit more pressure. Then Gareth Anscombe's got a lot of time now to find a touch finder, which he doesn't. It goes down the throat of Damian Vincent. Now, what can Damian Vincent do? Well, he's wrapped up by Gareth Anscombe. He was chasing his own kick. Jaden Hench is still in the park. No Grant Williams just yet. Gives away to Vincent Koch. Vincent Koch puts his head down, makes a few meters. Solid stuff there. Hendrickson now going to work down the short side. Goes to Rand Elstad. Haven't seen much of Rand Elstad. Ruan Nokia now. Very slow ball at the moment. Hendrickson to Pollard. Not much on. And Pollard has got cramp from the looks of it. So Faratau has picked it up. That was a really, really poor kick from Pollard, who looks like he seized up as he took it. PSF Toy missing another tackle. But Hendrickson up there to make the thing. And he's actually trying to hold him up. But he has got his knee to the ground. Is available for Thomas Williams. Ryan Beard getting out to Josh Adams. Adams steps inside. Now Wyn Jones. And Jaden Hendrickson is making all the tackles here at the moment. Not much on your Josh Navides. Pretty poor pass behind Nick Tompkins. He goes to clean up, but Box pretty slow getting up. A long pass out wide. This game has just sort of come to a grinding halt at the moment. Reece Hammond looking to try and put the medal down. And Willemse has fumbled it. I think he wants to mark it. And under a bit of pressure, eventually finds a touch finder. Not particularly good play there from Damien. I think he wanted to mark it and slow things down because it was all getting a bit disjointed, but then he dropped it, which doesn't help. Zanzi says, would have given the captaincy to Coles, not Sam Kane. It's weird to see the All Blacks drop to fourth the world after loss earlier. Fussy not up today, and Evan Muscle happy. Good to see O'Connor back in the Aussie team, top player. There was a boring game, but I'm happy there's a few new players playing well, says Camila Damas. Dear. Talking about the songs they're playing. Oh, terrible, terrible. CDT said last weekend it was the Southern Hemisphere who came out on top. Now it's the Northern Hemisphere weekend. Wales are going to win this. Yeah, I don't think Pollard's very happy here, by the way. Stephen, what is your Masters on? Masters, yeah, Pollard is off, by the way, and I don't think this looks particularly good. Alton Yankees could be getting another chance next weekend. Well, there it is. Grant Williams on debut. Now, the question is he on the wing? I assume that Willems, I'm sure Williams will go to the wing. Galant will go back to fullback, and Willems will go to 10. My Masters was on the Nzansi Super League and the impact it had on transformation in cricket in South Africa. And knock on there from the lineup there, so it'll be a turnover ball. So yeah, Grant Williams making his debut on the wing, and this game's kind of just deteriorated, hasn't it? The last 15 minutes has really not been particularly good. It's become very, very scrappy. Daniel said, I don't want us to lose today. France would go top. Scrappy on both sides. They're in that phase. Box trying hard to lose this game. Terrible rugby currently. 6 handling errors from the Wales tonight. 3 from South Africa. Come on, chaps. We just need to sort of lock this down a little bit. One more penalty should be enough. Obviously, a try will potentially win it for us. On the bright side, though, we are like 450 people away from 14,000 subscribers, which is pretty cool. So yeah, we will be doing our player rating show later. We will also have the Wales post-match press conference. So we'll have that up tonight as well, and we're also hopefully going to have the Bok press conference in some form later tonight. Pretty strong scrum coming in now from the box. Penalty for Wales. And I think it's against Ntuku Mkunu. I mean, it looks like the Boks are getting a couple of strides forward there. But, oh, this is a big call from Wales, by the way. They're going for the line. They're going for the win here, Wales. Turning down the points. And Gareth Anskin's found a very good touch founder. So South Africa very much under the pump here. Cameron Clarence says one converted try, but they don't look like scoring a try. Wales. Vic says Yankees about to take a throw. We seriously need skills and attack coach. We can't defend a Rugby World Cup title of Australian to break down defenses. Welsh trying coming. Yeah, I'm a bit worried here, chaps. We need a big moment here. Oh, that's a good looking maul, but it's gone straight down. It's penalty advantage as well, I think. So Boks also at risk of losing a potential player here. Still advantage here for Wales as the time ticks on. And it's another penalty against PSF Victoria. He's actually been really... I haven't seen PSF Victoria play this poorly in a long time. I think he'd be very lucky to start again next week. Wales shifted over the top. And Josh Adams is over in the corner. Oh dear, 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 oh dear. Shit. Oh, well, it's a big conversion attempt to come because Adams is over in the corner. Oh dear. Oh dear. Not good. Not good. This is not part of the plan. Yeah, simple overlap really. They had a penalty advantage as well. You did feel like it was coming. Well, we need Gareth Anscombe to do us a favor here. We've got a 1-point advantage. If Anscombe slots this, they're in the lead with less than 2 minutes to go. I mean, it doesn't get any more difficult than this. And he has absolutely... I told you he was going to get it as well. That is a sensational kick, by the way. Under pressure, that is sublime. Short kick off. We need to try and win it back. We do win it back. Knock on, knock on. So it will be a scrum for South Africa, I think. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, so now it's basically scrum penalty, bang in the last minute. Surely we can't do it again. Oh, this needs to be a big scrum here, chaps. Vincent Cost doing the chatting here, and he's saying, Tooks, I need 1 scrum from you today. 1 scrum. Sheesh! Sheesh, sheesh, sheesh! Sheesh! There goes the heater. The baggers can't look. Alton can't look. This needs a big scrum. We need a big scrum. Big scrum. Big scrum. Big scrum. Big scrum. Big scrum. No, it's holding so firm. There comes a big second shove. The ball's available though for Hendrickse. Last chance. Esterhuizen puts his head down. Can we conjure up something? Damien Willemse gives away to Grant Williams. He needs to step inside, yeah. And Reece Ammett has turned that over. Nope, it's available for Hendrickse. Sheesh. Alstat. Ball retention is key here. Ball retention is key. You can't make any mistakes. Gelant. And Vincent Koch has knocked it on. Ah, damn it. Well, the experiment failed, I'm afraid. The experiment failed. Final score, Wales 13, South Africa 12. Gareth Anscombe, you cheeky bastard, take a bow, because that was one of the most clutch conversions I've ever seen. Eesh. Right, well, we threw the dice, and we lost, unfortunately. So, the one thing we mustn't do, though, and I'm going to talk about this in more than thing, is we mustn't now start talking about how we weren't excited about this team, and we didn't, we were all excited to see what these guys could do. They came up short. Funny enough, though, I think I was quite more disappointed with some of the senior players than the newbies, because I thought that PSF Toy was really poor today. Yeah, but Etzebeth cost us a few penalties. I thought Andre Pollard was pretty poor today. I think that, it was a lot of the older guys who were actually pretty ordinary. But, not a good moment for the box. Anyway, we will be doing our player rates in 15 minutes, so we'll see you guys then now. You can go and rip them to shreds. This, it'll take you straight to the Springbok ratings, and we'll put the link in the description for you to start voting. Go and rate every player, 1 through to 23. You can give them a rating out of 10, and we'll see you guys there in 15 minutes. Thank you very much, everybody. Please do smash like on the way out. Please do subscribe as well. We are chasing 14,000 subscribers. We're getting very close there today, and we'll see you guys all next time. Thank you very much, and